Chapter 1388 Disposal. Under Kaingsing's personal supervision, and with the cooperation of the Three Wonders, all matters concerning the ancestor of Changchun were quickly investigated and clarified. Fortunately, in order to conceal his whereabouts, the old ancestor of Changchun did not cultivate too many followers. Aside from the three absolutes, there are only a few geniuses who have a chance of forming a nascent soul. Originally, Wenren Zuwei was also a candidate for cultivation, but her talent was so outstanding that she stood out even in the Tao Academy. After mastering the everlasting spring technique, she became the most dazzling nascent soul talent in the immortal sect, attracting the attention of the other three lineages. To avoid being exposed, the ancestor of Changchun did not directly contact Wenren Zuwei, but only exerted influence through the nascent souls of the Jumeng lineage, such as the Three Wonders of Peach Blossom. At the same time, Wenren Zuwei was brought into the open, drawing the attention of forces like Kunpeng to her, while the Changchun ancestors secretly directed the three absolutes and others to conduct various experiments to perfect the final step of his void refinement. According to the confession of the Three Wonders and the list of people involved with the ancestor of Changchun that we have investigated, it is all on the list. After investigating the matter thoroughly, Kaingsing, along with Yungsu and Kingping, personally came to find Chen Mobai and asked him to make a decision. Heaven cherishes life. Although these people are Changchun's cronies, they have not done anything to violate the rules of the immortal sect. They should be dismissed from their posts, and their descendants should not be employed for 3 generations. With a thought, Chen Mobai had already read through the entire thick file, easily picking out most of the names of people on it, and then spoke. And what about the rest? Kaingsing was not surprised by Chen Mobai's choice. After all, he cultivated saintly virtues and was a very kind person. Moreover, the reason why these people support the Changchun ancestor is not because they want to do evil, but simply because they feel that they should support the ancestor of their own lineage, and even feel that it is an honor to be favored. If they knew that the Changchun ancestor's ultimate goal was to devour the Earth origin star and cultivate Void Realm, Chen Mobai believed that many people would make the same choice as Wenren Zuwei. Of all the names on this list, the one that Chen Mobai regrets the most is Zhangzi, the chief disciple of Jumeng, who was in the same cohort as him. Because of his outstanding talent, he was favored by the Changchun patriarch and became deeply involved, being one of the people who knew about and carried out some of the practical actions. The fact that Zhangzi was exposed was not due to the three absolutes' disclosure. The latter disclosed everything about everyone, but conspicuously omitted Zhangzi's name, seemingly to protect him. Based on clues in the Fankun book, Kaingsing deduced that there must be a person with far-reaching influence in the Jumeng Academy, who acted as the eyes and ears and agent of the Changchun patriarch after Tao Hua left. After all, Pei Qingshuang was a backup body and was on duty in the 3 main halls, so she was completely unaware of the truth. After a thorough investigation, Zhangzi was identified by Kaingsing. After being discovered, Zhangzi did not resist and confessed everything on the spot. It turns out that after he enrolled in Jumeng Academy, he accidentally stumbled upon Peach Blossom Island during a late-night lake excursion, where he met the old ancestor Changchun. Under the latter's guidance, he was able to stand out in the academy and become its chief disciple. Zhangzi is considered a disciple of the Changchun patriarch. Therefore, after graduation, Zhangzi did not take the civil service exam, but stayed at Jumeng Taoist Temple. According to the plan of the Changchun ancestor, after the eldest son reaches the nascent soul stage, he will make him the principal of the Jumeng Tao Academy, replacing the departed Peach Blossom, and continue to oversee and control this lineage. What do you all think? How should we handle this? Chen Mobai put down the dossier in his hand and handed it to the other people in the room. After the investigation results came out, although he could make a decision with a single word, the judgments of these key figures still required the participation of representatives from the 4 major factions. As the only innocent leader of the Jumeng lineage, Wenren Zuwei did not choose to protect herself at this time. The sect leaders have consumed a lot of resources of the immortal sect in their cultivation so far, and they have not done anything particularly evil. It would be better to spare their lives and let them atone for their sins by making meritorious contributions, such as letting them take the lead in the next war. That's not a good idea. What if they hold a grudge and defect to the other side when war breaks out? As expected, Master Baiming was the first to disagree. Today, Narcissus and Yunhai also came. Although they are not direct descendants of Kun Peng, they are nominally considered to belong to this lineage. In addition, the Spirit Lord is in the universe outside of Earth origin star. Therefore, the Northern Underworld Master stood up straighter than ever before, clearly indicating that he wanted to punish them severely. Wenren Zuwei, what does Master Baiming think we should do? His cultivation is revoked, and he is sentenced to life imprisonment. These words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the cultivators from the four sects present. In the laws of the immortal sect, this is considered a relatively severe punishment. For some, even death would be preferable to being crippled. It's a bit too heavy. Yuan Su said this. From Chen Mobai's words, he could tell that Chen wanted to be lenient. In addition, although the group of people, including the sect leader, had done a lot of things that violated the laws of the immortal sect, such as colluding with the Ascension sect and exploring the complete array diagram and operating rules of the heavenly curtain earthly network array, it had not reached the point where their cultivation needed to be abolished. Seal some of their cultivation and send them to labor camps. Kaixing oversaw the entire investigation and understood that most of Zhangzi and his group had been misled by the Changchun ancestor, so they could be given a chance to correct their ways. As the direct disciples of the Changchun patriarch, Sanju and Zhangzi still need to be closely watched. Finally, Kaixing added one more sentence. Sanju and Taohua were originally the right-hand men of the Changchun patriarch, but after Taohua left, they became the eldest son. Regardless, the bond between teacher and student should still be valued. Even though Zhangzi is now cooperating fully, has confessed everything, and is willing to accept any rectification, we still need to be wary of his possible retaliation. Let Sanju sweep the floor at Wufeng Immortal Mountain, and let Zhangzi pass go to the sea. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then said this. Everyone naturally obeyed his decision. Master Baiming was initially somewhat dissatisfied, but considering that the sea area was their territory and Chen Mobai had essentially entrusted their patriarch to their care, he said nothing more. Kaixing personally sealed Sanju's cultivation. In terms of lifespan, Sanju only had a little over 100 years left. From now on, under the watchful eyes of so many nascent soul cultivators on Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, the best outcome would be to die a natural death. What should we do with this sacred plant, the Great Tun Tree? Yuan Su then asked a very crucial question. The Great Chun is the only sixth-order spiritual plant in the immortal sect. Although it has been separated from the heavenly curtain and earthly network array by Chen Mobai, it is still at the refining void realm. If Chen Mobai and Ling Zun leave in the future, they may not be able to suppress them. I'll take it away with the Dharma realm, so you won't have to worry. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai decided that he could only suffer alone. Upon hearing his words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Only Wenren Zuwei looked rather sad. The Chun is the key to Changchun Gong's invincibility. She doesn't know if she can still use the power of the great Tao of life after Chen Mobai's Dharma realm takes her away. The cultivators from the other three lineages had also thought of this, and Master Baiming couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Without the Great Chun Tree as a companion, the Everlasting Spring skill, although still a nascent soul cultivation technique, no longer grants those who master it the ability to achieve immortality and endless trial and error. This will make it easier to suppress the Jumeng lineage in the future. And that peach spirit plant that the ancestor Changchun entrusted his primordial spirit to, although it is only at the 5th rank, may also harbor hidden dangers. Master Baiming then added a point. I'll take it with me. Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that there was no difference between one or two plants. Although 5th-tier spiritual plants were no longer of much interest to him, having this meant that at least the 5-element sect could try to pass on the everlasting spring technique to a suitable disciple in the future. Thank you for your hard work, true lord. Upon hearing this, Master Baiming immediately greeted Chen Mobai with a solemn expression. Without the two spiritual plants, the Great Chun and the Peach of Immortality, Jumeng Daiyuan is essentially devoid of its foundation. With such a major incident, it's estimated that in the next few terms, the 4 major academies will be downgraded to the 3 major ones. For the Kunpeng lineage, this can be considered as achieving their most desired goal. The only pity is that they were unable to take the opportunity to bring down Wenren Zuwei. I didn't suffer at all. It was senior brother Kaixing who did the most running around on this matter. Chen Mobai shook his head, then remembered something. He reached out and the boundary gate standing on the 5 Peaks immortal mountain shrank and landed in his palm. After his cultivation reached the void refinement stage, he could manipulate this 6th-tier magic weapon with a mere thought. He discovered that this was indeed the void gate that connected to the central dojo. If Gibao had swallowed it back then, it probably would have caused a stir at the central dojo. It's unclear what the Grandmaster of the Void meant by this. Perhaps Chen Mobai died because of it, or perhaps he ascended to heaven in one step and was taken to the central dojo. However, even if given another chance, Chen Mobai would still not take the risk. I will still hold the turtle down to prevent it from moving the gate. I gained some Taoist merit at the Xuanhu Taoist Temple, which is just enough to purchase the 3 volumes of the Taixu Heavenly Book that record the illusory Great Tao. Please accept them, senior brother. After clearing up the misunderstanding with Lao Xiaoyu, Chen Mobai gained 10 Tao merits. He's never been the type to hoard things and never spend them. Seeing Kaingsing reminded him of this, so he simply placed an order using the G-men. There are a total of 6 Daogong. This can also be considered as one of the compensations he made to the 7 great heavenly books of the immortal sect. After all, the 7 great books of Genesis had already been integrated into his Dharma realm, serving as proof of his ordination in the central region. The Genesis book was originally purchased as a new book gift pack, costing 70 Daogong, which Chen Mobai simply couldn't afford. So, he used the 3 volumes of the Taixu book that he could use to replace it. With this, coupled with Kaingsing's own understanding of the illusory Great Tao over the years, the immortal sect will be able to have a complete 7th-level cultivation method for this Great Tao. Chunyang, isn't this too precious? So much Tao power, if left in the account, might be able to be of greater use to future generations of disciples. Upon hearing this, Kaingsing was both surprised and delighted, but felt somewhat unworthy of having used 6 Taoist techniques on his own. After all, using these cultivation techniques to purchase 6th-tier spiritual veins would provide a much greater boost to Earth Origin Star. Senior brother, please accept this without worry. You have guarded the Earth Origin Star for the immortal sect for over 1,000 years, and even during the tribulation of death, you almost suffered the destruction of your primordial spirit. Your contributions are immense, and I believe you deserve it. Chen Mobai spoke up, and it was settled. Congratulations, Master. Yuan Su was the first to congratulate Kaingsing. He also cultivated the illusory path, but on a demonic path. Chen Mobai was aware of this, and if Yuan Su could also attempt the 6th level in the future, he could also comprehend these 3 volumes of the Great Void Heavenly Book. Yuan Su felt that this was Chen Mobai's reward for his previous service to him, and he was very happy. Congratulations, Ancestor. After Yuangsu, the other cultivators from the immortal sects present also realized what was happening and offered their congratulations to Kaingsing. In their view, this move was Chen Mobai's attempt to support Kaingsing Liangsu. After all, the 2 saints of the immortal sect were once equally famous. Kaingsing's talent was no less than Baiguang's. If he could also obtain the corresponding Great Tao cultivation method, given that the latter had already reached the void refinement stage, his chances of success would certainly be quite high. Thinking about it this way, in the future, the 4 void refinement cultivators of Earth Origin Star could not only start wars, but they could even consider completely unleashing the demonic thoughts of Earth Origin Star to attract other demon-infected planets to fish for Tao merit. Therefore, everyone agreed with Chen Mobai's decision to spend 6 Tao Gong points to purchase the Taixu Heavenly Book. After all, you have to invest to get a return. If I succeed in practicing the star-pulsating void refinement, I might be able to earn back 60 Tao merits in the future. After the Spirit Lord emerges from seclusion, I will assist my senior brother in unsealing the 6th-tier heavenly calculation bead and extracting the Tao essence from your past life to infuse it into you. Then Chen Mobai talked about the arrangements for unsealing the incarnation of the god of death, and Kaingsing nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would focus on this matter from now on. After saying all that, Chen Mobai took Wenren Zuwei and teleported directly to Jumeng Academy. Senior, I promised you I would free you from the constraints of the Great Formation. Chen Mobai focused his divine sense and entered the sea of consciousness of the divine tree, speaking to the spirit of the great Chun tree that was looking at him with hatred in its eyes. My master is dead and I don't want to live anymore. Kill me too. Upon hearing these words from the spirit of the great Chun tree, Chen Mobai knew that she was still the same naive person she always was. Senior, you should keep your body for good. After all, although Ancestor Changchun is dead, if you can advance further in the future and master the great Tao of life and death, you might be able to find his lost true spirit from the cycle of reincarnation and reunite with him. If a sixth-tier spiritual plant doesn't want to cooperate, Chen Mobai can only suppress it by force. Given that the two have a certain relationship, he told her about an almost impossible future to give her hope. The primordial Tao of life and death. The spirit of the great Chun tree was simple-minded. After hearing this, it remembered that the ancestor Changchun had indeed said that the highest realm of cultivation for their lineage was this great Tao. If one could truly control the cycle of life and death, the master could be brought back to life. Chapter 1389, Qing Nu's Revenge. Chapter 1389, Qing Nu's Revenge. In the Tianyang galaxy, above a star called Yumming Star, two figures stepped out from the cosmos. One of them had a graceful figure, but her eyes were like frost, and her whole body was surrounded by a strong killing intent. Yan Xinji, come out and face your death. King Nu's voice was icy cold, echoing between the jade star heaven and earth. With a flick of her finger, a blue-green longsword, carrying world-destroying power, slashed heavily into the desolate, pristine planet, like a streak of light traversing the Milky Way. Deep within the jade star Earth, Yan Xinji's divine seed avatar trembled and suddenly opened its eyes. He heard Qing Nu's voice and was wondering when he had offended such a powerful opponent when the ground in front of him was suddenly lifted up, and a streak of azure sword light easily cut through the restrictions he had set up and landed above his head. No! Yan Xinji was shocked and tried to escape using his escape technique, but due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels, even his divine sense couldn't keep up with the speed of the Dinghai sword strike. In an instant, he was cleaved in two by the sword, and then all the moisture in his body was drained, causing him to wither and turn into ashes. Before his death, Yan Xinji could only sense that what killed him was a powerful water attribute sword, and that the one wielding the sword was a female cultivator. After Yan Xinji's avatar at Yumming Star was killed, another sleeping avatar of Yan Xinji at Chen Mobai Star, the closest star to it, was awakened. As per the prepared contingency plan, all the memories of the recently deceased avatar began to flood in like a tidal wave, causing the veins on his avatar's forehead to bulge. However, Yan Xinji was no ordinary person. After a few breaths, his breathing became calm and his expression became composed. A nascent soul cultivator, is it Narcissus? Based on the last information transmitted by Yu Mingxing's slain incarnation, Yan Xinji searched through all the information about immortal sects in his mind, and found that only Shui Xian met these two requirements. How did you find Yu Mingxing's side? But soon this question flashed through Yan Xinji's mind. Judging from the meaning of those words, it was clearly not a coincidence. They were specifically targeting him. Moreover, their killing intent was palpable, without any hesitation. It's important to understand that only he himself knows about that divine seed incarnation. Therefore, it couldn't be a leak of information. It can only mean that the other party cultivated a special secret technique that allowed them to find him. Then another question arises. If we can find Yu Mingxing's side, can we also find this place? Just as he was thinking this, the same words echoed throughout the heavens and earth of Chen Mobai Star. Yan Xinji, why don't you come out and face your death? The azure sword light, tearing through the sky and splitting the earth, just like the one on Yu Mingxing's side, directly cleaved through all the array restrictions that Yan Xinji had set up here, and entered the top of his head. Who are you, and what grudge do you hold against me? Before Yan Xinji could even utter a question, he had already suffered the same fate as Yu Mingxing's divine seed incarnation, turning into dust. Changxi Star, Full Moon Star, Sea Town Star. Within the Tianyang system, the divine seed avatars that Yan Xinji had hidden were awakening one after another according to the predetermined procedure. After receiving the previous memories, their expressions became more and more terrified. Because the final scene of death is always exactly the same. He would open his eyes and wake up, only to be met with the words "die" falling from the sky. Under the same azure blue sword light, he was always reduced to dust without any chance to fight back. When the seventh divine seed incarnation appeared, Yan Xinji finally had the opportunity to find out more. The female cultivator who wanted to kill him did not make a move immediately after she descended. Without any hesitation, Yan Xinji rushed out of his laboratory. Then he finally saw the perpetrator's true face. There are two people in total, one male and one female. The man Yan Xinji was very familiar with. He looked at him calmly and indifferently, which terrified Yan Xinji. Not long ago, his strongest and closest to the nascent soul realm, the divine seed incarnation, had died at the man's hands. Pure Yang True Lord Chen Mobai. The woman was cold as ice, with hatred in her eyes. Although Yan Xinji hadn't seen her often, he recognized her from his distant memories. It was the best fairy bud he had ever developed. King Nu. She's actually reached the divine realm. Sensing Qing Nu's terrifying aura and the Dinghai sword hanging beside her, Yan Xinji suddenly realized what was happening. But immediately, his face showed resentment. Why should you, with only 300 years of cultivation, be able to become a god? I have devoted myself to this work for 1,000 years, exhausting all my efforts and integrating countless secret techniques from the immortal sects and ancient lineages, yet I am still stuck at the threshold of the transformation of my primordial spirit. I refuse to accept this. Yan Xinji knew that he and the two despicable people in front of him were sworn enemies and could never reconcile, so in his final moments, he cried out to the heavens. Because you have no talent. Chen Mobai gave a calm reply, and Qing Nu, at this moment, had already used the sword light-splitting technique according to the positioning he had given her. In an instant, the Dinghai sword multiplied into 19, using the sword demon thunder sound technique to pierce various parts of the Zhanjian star. Yan Xinji's expression changed drastically when he saw where the sword light landed. Because this planet is one of the strongholds of the Ascension cult, in addition to this incarnation, he also planted divine seeds in the bodies of 18 cult members with decent talent. These 19 sword beams of light precisely struck all his divine seed incarnations on this planet. How did they discover it? Before all the avatars were killed, Yan Xinji had this question in his mind. The next moment, his divine incarnation on another planet awoke, and after a few breaths, he looked out at the sky with a look of fear. To his surprise, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu did not attack directly this time. The universe outside was empty. This relieved him, but also made him even more nervous. Because he knew clearly that with his strength, he would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of Chen Mobai and Qing Nu, and the strength of this divine seed incarnation was only at the core formation stage, and it did not have the ability to traverse the starry sky at all. However, Yan Xinji still wanted to try and see if Chen Mobai and the others had the ability to locate him, or if they simply knew the location of the divine seed incarnations they had set up. Driven by an intense will to survive, Yan Xinji gritted his teeth, stepped into an unfinished magical artifact, and disregarding his own safety, ignited it, launching himself into the starry sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, above Zhanjian Star, where Yan Xinji's 19 divine seed avatars had just been slain, Chen Mobai looked at the humans on this planet and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. These are clearly followers of the Ascension cult, living in an air-shrouded city created by Yan Xinji, where they have multiplied and multiplied for thousands of years, now numbering in the hundreds of thousands. That is why Qing Nu did not take action directly as she had done before. Because the planets where Yan Xinji's previous avatars were located were all desolate, and he was the only one hiding there. Although they were all members of the Ascension sect, killing them all would be too much of a sin, which would be detrimental to Qing Nu's future cultivation. Yan Xinji's air shield device is quite good. We can have Yuan Su come and copy it. It just so happens that the immortal sect is planning to leave Earth Origin Star and rule the entire Tianyang system, or even open up the nearby uninhabited Chuanyang system. These can be used. Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu, saying that in the 100 years since he left, the immortal sect had experienced a population explosion because the problem of spiritual veins had been resolved, growing from a stable population of 300 million to over 1 billion. Of course, this is also due to the policy guidance of the immortal sects. After all, to set up a complete Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du array, more blessed lands and grotto heavens are needed as the array's hubs, and these newly opened cities all need to be populated. Although Earth Star can currently withstand the strain, at this rate, it will eventually become overwhelmed. When Chen Mobai returned from the Xuanhu dojo, he had already considered this point, so he requested many star systems centered on the Tianyang system, intending to plant the flags of the immortal sect there. The overall plan is for the immortal sect to develop 360 stars centered on the Earth origin star, transforming them all into habitable environments, and then arranging them into a true seventh-order Zhou Tianhe Luo star array. Of course, considering that the immortal sect is not yet wealthy, it is impossible to arrange sixth-order spiritual veins on every star. We will use fourth-order and fifth-order ones to deal with them first, and upgrade them one by one when we have more cultivation in the future. If this plan succeeds, the earthly star, as the center of the grand formation, will be able to gather the essence of all the stars and elevate the spiritual veins to the seventh level. When the immortals reach the divine realm and cultivate the void realm, they won't need to go outside. They can have enough spiritual energy right here on Earth origin star. This is also a major move by Chen Mobai to give back to his hometown, the immortal sect. Dao Gong can find a solution, but the population can only be addressed by the immortal sects issuing policies that encourage more children and more blessings, or by accepting immigrants from other planets. For this reason, Chen Mobai planned to have the immortal sect send people to deal with these ascension cult members. If they could be educated, they would be sent to labor camps to help the immortal sect develop this Zhanjian star as its first experimental star. Those who are stubborn and unyielding will be sent directly to see Yan Xinji. This can also be considered a manifestation of his saintly virtue. After transmitting the situation of this planet to Yungsu and others on Earth Star using the Void Sky Orbit Vision, Chen Mobai took Qingnu to hunt down Yan Xinji's next divine seed incarnation. In fact, with his strength, he could kill all of Yan Xinji's avatars in an instant, just like the divine Imperial Pavilion Master. But Qingnu insisted on doing it herself, especially after she saw Kong Feiken's corpse and the dazed bluebird. Such deep-seated hatred could not be vented by killing once. It was far from enough to vent the resentment that had been building up in Qingnu's heart for over 300 years. Chen Mobai would definitely let her have her way with this. After all, although Qingnu appears peaceful and kind, her experiences in the immortal sect can be described as almost dark, all thanks to Yan Xinji. In particular, the possession of Yang Jing and Kong Feiken, forcing them to live as snakes and birds, is a major obstacle in her heart. If these issues are not resolved, they could become a tribulation of inner demons when she steps into the great Dao refinement realm. In the process of repeatedly killing Yan Xinji, Chen Mobai noticed that Qingnu's originally intense emotions began to gradually stabilize. Indeed, leaving Yan Xinji alive for Qingnu to kill was the right decision. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai had already teleported Qingnu to the cosmos. A space capsule on the verge of disintegration appeared before them, and Yan Xinji's divine seed avatar was inside. When Yan Xinji saw the two appear outside the cabin, his face turned ashen. Qingnu snorted coldly and slashed down with her sword. In an instant, a firework burst forth in the universe. Let's go, he still has 54 incarnations of the divine seed. Within Chen Mobai's celestial orbit vision, all of Yan Xinji's avatars began to awaken. It seemed that after more than half of the divine seed avatars died in a short period of time, some kind of emergency program he had set was triggered, activating all the avatars at once. If it were any other opponent from the immortal sect, Yan Xinji would certainly have been able to escape unscathed with so many incarnations. Unfortunately, he was now facing Chen Mobai, a cultivator at the void refinement stage. After receiving the memories of the previous dozens of incarnations before their deaths, all of Yan Xinji's avatars wore expressions of despair. Since Chen Mobai was able to locate the divine seed incarnation in the space capsule, it meant that he possessed extraordinary abilities. Unless he could escape to outside this star system in an instant, no matter where he hid, he would only be found and killed. As time passed, the various incarnations of Yan Xinji saw Chen Mobai and Qingnu. Each disappearance of an incarnation transmits the most painful memories of death to the still-living incarnation of Yan Xinji. This was intentional on Chen Mobai's part. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he could have easily intercepted this information flow transmission at any time using the Void Sky Orbit Vision. He wanted Yan Xinji to clearly experience death hundreds of times while he was still alive. This was to atone for his sins and to allow Qingnu to vent her resentment. 10-9-8-7-6. Soon, only 5 divine seed incarnations of Yan Xinji remained. All of these are in the immortal sect. However, the moment they awoke, Chen Mobai used his supreme divine power to control the void, binding them to their spot, rendering them unable to move, and forcing them to watch helplessly as images of their own deaths unfolded before their eyes. In the end, these 5 Yanzinjis also met their own deaths. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai, who had brought Qing Nu back to the outer space of the Earth origin star, used a secret technique of void to teleport Yanzinji from the immortal sect. Murder is a crime within the immortal sects, and as the patriarch, he couldn't interfere, so he took the body outside the earthly star and sent Qing Nu to seek revenge. At this point, all 5 Yanzinji had become completely numb. One of them couldn't withstand the repeated shocks of death, and died with his liver and gallbladder ruptured, and his mind and spirit broken. With a cold laugh, Qing Nu personally gripped her sword, beheading one person at a time, and quickly arrived in front of the last Yanzinji. "You certainly didn't expect this day to come, did you?" Upon hearing this, Yanzinji completely broke down. He roared and was about to self-destruct, even if it meant dying. He wanted to splatter the blood of the 2 despicable people in front of him. But Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, and with the void lock activated, his cultivation was already imprisoned. Yanzinji could only wait to die. As Qing Nu raised the Dinghai sword in her hand, Yanzinji suddenly remembered something. He turned to Chen Mobai and said, "Back then, when our Ascension sect fought against the immortal sect, several fellow Taoists perished. I reincarnated after my physical body was destroyed and joined the Jumeng Dao Academy. My good friend, the Lord of the Life and Death Hall, was admitted to the Dance Weapon Dao Academy. Do you want to know who he is?" Chapter 1390 Stone Sword. Chapter 1390 Stone Sword. Every single person in my Dance Weapon Academy is the most loyal subject of the immortal sect. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said something without any expression. Yanzinji already knew who he wanted to talk to, his teacher Qi Yucheng. After all, even with all of Yanzinji's information, the art of creating human puppets cannot be perfected without extensive experience. Before his death, Qi Yucheng created himself into a near-perfect human puppet, and his skill was so refined that even Kaixing was greatly surprised. Considering that Qi Yucheng and Yanzinji were good friends, a careful investigation afterwards revealed what had happened. However, out of respect for Chen Mobai, the 2 saints of the immortal sects did not pursue the matter and allowed Chen Mobai to cremate Qi Yucheng, thus putting it to rest. As long as Chen Mobai is alive, Qi Yucheng will never have any connection with the Ascension sect in the history of the immortal sect. He will only be Chunyang Zhenjin's mentor, an excellent teacher at the Dance Weapon Academy, and a highly respected puppet master. Then what about her origins? Do you want to know whose cells I used to create her? Seeing that Chen Mobai was unmoved by reason, Yanzinji gritted his teeth, looked at Qing Nu in front of him, and said this. But before he could finish speaking, Qing Nu, with a cold face, swung the Dinghai sword in her hand and slashed across his neck. Amidst the splattering of blood, Yanzinji's head was severed from his body. Then, the blue-green sword light from the wound continued to erode his body, turning him into ashes in an instant. Seeing Qing Nu personally kill Yanzinji, her whole body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with relief, Chen Mobai felt extremely distressed. "All right, that's all." Chen Mobai teleported to Qing Nu's side, embraced her trembling body, and comforted her. He took Yanzinji's dying words as an attempt to buy time. Even if Qing Nu is indeed a clone of Yanzinji's daughter's cells, to Chen Mobai, she is still his wife. "Thank you for keeping him alive so I can avenge my younger siblings." Qing Nu gradually calmed down in Chen Mobai's arms. After avenging her great enemy, the resentment that had been building up in her heart for hundreds of years began to dissipate. For her, the tragic past has come to a complete end today. From now on, it will be a wonderful life with Chen Mobai. "Do we need to stay here at the immortal sect? Is there anyone you'd like to see?" Chen Mobai asked. After hearing this, Qing Nu shook her head directly. "After the teacher died, I no longer have any connections here, and I want to take Xiaochen's body back and bury it next to Jinger." Chen Mobai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then clicked on the tortoise treasure and took Qing Nu back to the heavenly river realm. He moved Yanzinji out of the earthly star killing ground, partly to prevent Qing Nu from going back to check on him. After all, the details of his life are far too numerous within the immortal sects. Although it can't be hidden forever, it's better to keep it a secret for as long as possible. After burying Kong Feiken's body in the Yellow Dragon Cave, the blue bird created by the two divine arts was naturally taken away as well. At first, Yang Jing didn't like the blue bird very much, since birds are the natural enemies of snakes. But with King Nu's comforting words, she gradually accepted it. In addition, Kong Fiken's blue bird was dull and harmless, so Yang Jing soon started taking the bird for a walk in its cage. I'll refine some pills to restore the soul and see if I can help Zio Chen awaken his senses. After examining the flying bird, Qing Nu began directing the five-element sect and Danxia Pavilion to collect the necessary medicinal materials from all corners of the world, intending to prescribe the right medicine. If Jinger can recover so well and become so intelligent, he should be fine too. Although Chen Mobai didn't like Kong Fiken very much, he still hoped that the silly bird could get better for his wife's sake. The spirit venerable is still in seclusion refining the Xuanwang pagoda. I need to look after her to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. Chen Mobai told King Nu about the dark vortex, and the latter was greatly surprised when she found out. She did not expect that the location of the Earth origin star was so special, as it used to be the legendary Xuan Palace. Then you should go back quickly. I'll take care of things here. King Nu urged Chen Mobai repeatedly, showing great understanding. I'll be back as soon as I've dealt with things with the immortal sect. Chen Mobai said to Qing Nu, without a moment of tenderness, and hurriedly returned to the city. It's quite a coincidence. When he returned with the tortoise treasure, the primordial light of Xuanwang that enveloped the spirit venerable in the universe began to fluctuate, showing a faint tendency to shrink. After observing carefully for a while, Chen Mobai realized that it would take the spirit venerable quite a while to refine all the Xuanwang immortal light, so he simply returned to Diyuan Star first. Anyway, he has the void sky orbit vision, and the entire Tianyang system is within his field of vision. Once the spirit venerable emerges from seclusion, he can teleport over at any time without any delay. Time flew by, and it was soon time for the Kaiyuan Hall counselors meeting at the end of the year. Led by Ming Yihua, the nascent soul cultivators of the Wuki Dao Academy gathered at Wanggu Cave Heaven. The first thing they did upon arriving was naturally to pay their respects to Chen Mobai, the void refining ancestor. Because the Jumeng lineage made a fundamental mistake, Pei Qingshuang, who should have been a shoo-in for the position of Master of the Righteous Law Hall, was directly suppressed by the combined forces of the three lineages. This created a problem in the selection of the new Master of the Righteous Law Hall, because apart from Pei Qingshuang, the only nascent soul cultivator left to choose from was Yun Yangbing. However, Yun Yangbing is not qualified enough. He is currently only the Minister of the Enforcement Department. He will become the Deputy Hall Master after this conference, and then naturally take over the position of the Righteous Law Hall in the next conference. To rise directly from a department head to one of the three hall masters is something that, even if the Dance Weapon Academy has the strength and influence to do, the other two lineages wouldn't object, but it's a bit too conspicuous. So Ming Yihua and the others came to discuss this matter with Chen Mobai. Then let Zijing work hard and be transferred from Kaiyuan Hall to serve as the next head of Zhengfa Hall. After listening to the report, Chen Mobai immediately made a decision. Hua Zijing had previously served as the deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall, but after Chen Ziohe became the deputy head of the Kaiyuan Hall, she voluntarily transferred to the Kaiyuan Hall as a rotating committee member to help Chen Ziohe familiarize himself with the various departments and clear obstacles. Dad, without Aunt Zijing's help, I'm afraid I'll embarrass myself in my position as the master of Kaiyuan Hall. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziohe immediately sent a telepathic message to Chen Mobai, stating that she had been forced into the position of Kaiyuan Hall by the Wuki lineage, and did not believe she had the ability to do so. It's all right, I'll get Jailan back on the job. Her abilities are no less than Zijing's. Chen Mobai had already considered this. After Zhuang Jailan followed him down from the three great halls, she had been staying at the Dance Weapon Academy. Given her abilities, it was a bit of a waste. That's good. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziohe's face immediately lit up with a smile. Compared to the usually serious Hua Zijing, she felt much closer to the gentle Zhuang Jailan. Once Chen Mobai made the decision, naturally no one dared to object. At the council meeting, the new three temple masters were announced. Hua Zijing's appointment as the head of the Zhengfa Hall surprised the ordinary people of the immortal sects. Combined with the huge corruption in the upper echelons of Jumeng Dao Academy, Netizens pointed out that Pei Qingshuang must have been implicated as a result. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for a lineage of Jumeng, including Wenren Zuwei, who is at the nascent soul stage, not to have a single palace master position. Because of the council meeting, Chen Mobai finally managed to find time to meet Meng Huinger. Because of the presence of true monarch Yunhai, the lineage of the Natural Academy is considered to be above worldly affairs among the immortal sects. The four lineages will try their best to avoid any power struggles or conflicts with them. Yan Qiangji and Yan Bingxuan, both women, preferred a quiet life, so after their infancy was achieved, they basically did not participate in parliamentary meetings. Chen Mobai made an excuse that he had to attend the conference and also had to preside over the planning of the Dance Weapon Academy for the next 1,000 years in private, so Yan Bingxuan was very sensible and did not disturb him during this time. In reality, Chen Mobai sent his second primordial spirit to handle these trivial matters. His true self, however, took advantage of the faction's focus on the conference to relive their beautiful memories from their youth with Meng Huinger. Although the intimacy with Yan Bingxuan was incredibly pleasurable, the secret lovemaking with Meng Huinger offered a different kind of intense stimulation. For Chen Mobai, who has now reached the void refinement stage, such a stimulating emotion is extremely rare. Most importantly, Chen Mobai felt completely relaxed and at ease when he was with Meng Huinger. No matter what he was thinking or what he wanted to do, Meng Huinger would not hesitate and would obediently arrange things according to his wishes. Unlike Yan Bingxuan, even after so many years of marriage, she is still a bit reserved in some ways, very shy, and hasn't unlocked many sexual positions. Another night of spring breeze, Chen Mobai placed the trembling Meng Huinger, who was pressed against him, on the hotel bed to let her recover. They are now in Beishi Cave. When Chen Mobai came to the Mountain and Sea Academy to compete for the Purple Lightning Sword, he took Meng Huinger all the way from Chicheng Cave Heaven by train to help her cultivate the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique. The two spent many wonderful times at this hotel. This time, Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger first performed some sexual acts at the villa on the top of Chicheng Mountain. While they were doing this, Meng Huinger suddenly brought up the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique, wanting to experience the feeling of practicing this technique again. Chen Mobai naturally did not refuse. Just then, Chen Mobai remembered the Dinghai sword. In the White Stone Cave, there were still 13 stone swords left behind by senior sister Tianhai. With his current weapon-refining skills, he has already surpassed ancestor Yunya. Since the latter was able to refine the Dinghai sword from the stone sword, he can naturally do the same. So they decided to handle both business and personal matters together, and took Meng Huinger on a trip to relive the journey. I need to take care of something. After Chen Mobai finished dressing, he turned to face Meng Huinger, who was lying on the bed, and looked at him with seductive eyes. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Meng Huinger nodded obediently, and even thought of getting up to see Chen Mobai out of the room. However, she was already exhausted from dealing with Chen Mobai, a cultivator at the void refinement stage, with her fourth-level nascent soul body. Even if she tried to muster her energy, she would be as limp as mud. Just get some rest. Chen Mobai unleashed a stream of pure spiritual energy, channeling it into Meng Huinger's delicate body, before teleporting away from the hotel room. In a flash of silver light, he was already standing on the largest stone sword on the beach. Within the void sky orbit view, he could see everything happening at the nearby Mountain and Sea Academy. What he regretted most was that Hao Cao had passed away 20 years ago. When Hao Cao obtained the nascent soul elixir from the immortal sect, he attempted to break through to the later stages of the nascent soul realm in order to seize this opportunity. Although he survived the failure thanks to the elixir, he had already damaged his original essence. Before leaving the immortal sect, Chen Mobai also gave him the 9 heavens pure purple chi and a top-grade spirit stone. As a sword cultivator, Hao Cao naturally did not lack the courage to face death. Unfortunately, he still failed. After this failure, Hao Cao did not turn back, burning himself out to achieve nascent soul. Chen Mobai did not find Hao Cao's tombstone in the Mountain and Sea Academy, so he immediately used the heavenly calculation beads to look up the records of the Academy's past principals and found Hao Cao's record. It turned out that after failing to form his nascent soul, he used his essence, energy, and spirit to unleash his sword intent to the extreme, and then, like the ancestors of the Mountain and Sea Academy, he crashed into one of the stone swords. Coincidentally, it was the very same weapon that Chen Mobai was holding. I hope you'll have that good fortune. Knowing this, Chen Mobai flew down from the hilt of the stone sword and landed in midair, staring straight at the rough, huge stone blade in front of him, muttering to himself. The predecessor of the Mountain and Sea Academy was the Mountain and Sea Manor, which was guarded by the ancient Taoist lineage and these stone swords. After the immortal sect found this place, they obtained many secret methods for nurturing swords, including a fragment of a method where one could infuse a stone sword with their life essence and spirit before death. If Chen Mobai remembered correctly, Bai Guang had also been here. I wonder what she figured out here. At least for now, in Chen Mobai's eyes, he could see that there were indeed sword spirits within these stone swords. However, some sword spirits, due to the passage of time, have completely disappeared even after entering the stone sword, turning into nourishment for it. But deep within this stone sword, there is a rather powerful sword spirit. Chen Mobai guessed that it might be Hao Cao's sword intent. After all, in the last 100 years, only Hao Cao has used this secret method of burning himself to nourish the stone sword. However, to verify his guess, Chen Mobai went to look at the other stone swords and found that some sword intent still remained in them. Although these sword intents are not very powerful, at most only at the 4th level, they possess a certain tenacity. Chen Mobai knew that those who could crash into the stone sword were all sword cultivators from the Mountain and Sea Academy who were close to the nascent soul stage. If they could be forged into a real sword, they might actually be able to awaken and become sword spirits. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated and directly used the Kantonki, dividing his divine sense into 13 parts to begin co-examining with the 13 stone swords in front of him. In an instant, the entire white stone cave heaven began to shake violently. A new work composed in the rain at West Lake, an original work by a literary master, from the anthology The Great Song Dynasty Literary Masters Asterisk. Chapter 1391, Mass Sword Forging. Chapter 1391, Mass Sword Forging. The higher Chen Mobai's cultivation level, the more profound he felt about the Kantonki technique. Whether it is a magical artifact or a spiritual plant, whether it is innate or acquired, one can study it together and perceive its past. It can only be said that it is worthy of being passed down from Taoist Zixio to Taoist Danding. Although the Dan Ding Taoist has passed away, this technique was greatly developed and popularized by Chen Mobai. Under the same guidance, countless years ago, Tianhai used his supernatural powers to condense the 13 stone swords that suppressed the Earth origin star sea. The essence of these swords began to gradually emerge in Chen Mobai's mind. The core of the stone sword is entirely the great Tao of intercepting fortune. However, each stone sword is not only composed of the Tao of intercepting fortune, but also the Tao of acquired fortune that evolved from it. If you thoroughly understand each of these 13 stone swords, they can all help a sword cultivator elevate their acquired Tao to the innate intercepting destiny, becoming an unparalleled sword scripture. In addition, there's the sea-stabilizing sword in Qing Nu's hand. These are the 14 cultivation paths left behind by Tianhai, which enable one to enter the innate intercepting fortune great Tao. After Chen Mobai realized this, he admired his senior sister greatly. From this point of view alone, Tianhai truly deserves to be called the successor of the Purple Cloud Taoist. Clearly, when Tianhai made his move on Earth Origin Star, he had already replaced the transcendent Zixio Daozun and taken charge of Zixio Palace. While comprehending the mysteries of the Ninth Order of Creation, he did not forget his responsibility to educate all living beings. After she suppressed the sea area of the Earth Star, she left behind these 14 stone swords, and may even have given some guidance, which is why the Mountain and Sea Manor, Sword Slave, and so on appeared later. A gifted individual deciphered the sword manual from the 14 stone swords and named it the Heavenly Sea Sword Manual. This is the origin of the 13 swords of the Heavenly Sea Academy. And the most crucial of all is clearly the Dinghai sword. Over the years, under the constant veneration of the sword intent of the earthly origin star's inhabitants, one of the stone swords was the first to develop sentience and shed its stone shell. However, the ancient lineage regarded it as sacred and did not use it. It was not until it fell into the hands of ancestor Yunya that it was forged into a true sword. This is also the origin of the Dinghai sword. During Chen Mobai's study, he discovered that the cores of the remaining 13 stone swords, when combined with the Tao of intercepting fortune, were barely comparable to the Dinghai sword. The reason for this is that, when the Dinghai sword embryo was born, it instinctively absorbed the power of its kind to replenish itself, drawing the intercepting power of the 13 stone swords into its own sword body. It is precisely for this reason that these 13 stone swords could not shed their stone shells and be born as sword embryos, like the Dinghai sword. However, the power of time is immense. Although the power of intercepting destiny was absorbed by the emergence of the Dinghai sword, over the long years, these 13 stone swords have been instinctively absorbing the power of intercepting destiny between heaven and earth, and have recovered some of it by now. Moreover, this caused the acquired Tao represented by the sword body to evolve and accumulate even more powerfully. After thoroughly understanding the 13 stone swords inside and out, Chen Mobai had already figured out a way to make the most of them. He planned to forge 13 powerful swords for the immortal sect. He will inherit the Tianhai's intercepting sword technique. Perhaps thousands of years from now, a peerless sword genius will emerge in the immortal sect, gaining the recognition of the 13 heavenly sea swords, and through mastering them, stepping into the innate intercepting fortune realm with the sword path. This can be considered a different kind of education. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai gained a deeper understanding of saintly virtue. As soon as he had a thought, the 13 stone swords that had stood by the sea since time immemorial began to tremble, rose from the depths of the earth, and flew into the sky. Each time a stone sword left the earth, it caused a violent earthquake in the white stone cave. However, under Chen Mobai's control, no casualties were caused. However, the commotion here had already alerted the nearby mountain and sea academy, which immediately reported it to the three main halls. The sight of 13 stone swords rising into the sky naturally caused great surprise and doubt among the upper echelons of the immortal sect. Some people connected it with the previous formidable enemy, Dark Vortex, and thought that some powerful being in the universe was about to attack, which had awakened these stone swords to protect Earth Origin Star. Amidst the flashes of silver light, the nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators from the immortal sect had already arrived at the scene one by one, using the void teleportation technique. The moment they saw Chen Mobai's figure, everyone's expressions changed instantly. However, they were all very sensible. The nascent soul cultivator flew to the sky above White Stone Cave to guard it and prevent ordinary civilians from being injured or killed due to the strange movements of the stone sword. Meanwhile, the nascent soul cultivator stayed at the Mountain and Sea Academy, bringing all the students and teachers into his own domain and observing Chen Mobai's actions with a humble and eager-to-learn attitude. It seems Chen Yang wants to forge a sword. As Kaixing watched the surface of the 13 stone swords standing between heaven and earth and the sea begin to crack, he was the first to guess the truth. As the first piece of stone shell detached from the sword and fell into the sea, a whirlpool appeared, from which a white-haired, white-browed girl flew out. It is a daffodil. Because it was right by the sea, she sensed something was wrong and, unusually, didn't move to come and check it out. What kind of sword is this? It feels like it's my bane. Upon seeing the 13 heavenly sea stone swords, Narcissus, as a creature of the sea, felt her skin involuntarily tighten, as if a great calamity was about to befall her and she could hardly breathe. The stone sword of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Kaixing briefly explained the origins of these swords, but noticed that Xuexian looked at him with a strange expression after listening. "What's wrong?" Kaixing asked, somewhat confused, thinking that she had said something wrong and that Xuexian knew the truth about these stone swords. "Is that thing between your eyebrows something you deliberately leave lit up all the time? I never knew you were such a show-off." Narcissus pointed to Kaixing's forehead, and the latter's pupils contracted upon hearing this. As the foundation of their lineage, the heaven-mending seal has been refined and mastered by Kaixing after this reincarnation. Kaixing wasn't the flamboyant type like Chen Mobai, and had long since concealed it. He reached out and conjured a water mirror, and Kaixing realized that Xuexian wasn't joking with him. The heaven-mending seal between his brows, without his prompting, spontaneously shimmered with 5-colored light. "What's going on?" Kaixing was greatly shocked. He originally thought he had grasped the essence of this secret, but now he discovers that he seems to have only seen the surface of the heaven-mending seal, and there are even more mysterious secrets inside. Just then, a clear sword cry resounded between heaven and earth. To Chen Mobai's left was a slightly thinner stone sword. The outer stone shell had completely fallen off, revealing a sword core inside that shone like stars and shone brightly. This sword embryo is completely different from the ordinary ones. It is composed of irregular blocks, like a galaxy in the universe, yet it can form a shape similar to a sword as it flows and rotates. The sword embryo was constantly changing and rotating, its light fading and dimming. Chen Mobai realized that this was the evolution of the great Tao. At that moment, he also saw the strange phenomenon of the heaven-mending seal on Kaixing's forehead. Thinking of the origins of the heaven-mending lineage, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Senior brother, this sword seems to be destined for you. I have initially refined it to the 5th rank, and from now on I will entrust it to you. If you have time, you can nurture it with your mind and spirit. Perhaps you can gain something from it. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, he flicked his sword with his left hand. The first heavenly sea sword to be born was like a distant galaxy, falling from the sky and landing in front of Kaixing. As Kaixing reached out, the heaven-mending seal between his brows emitted a brilliant heaven-mending immortal light, assisting him in easily refining the 5th-grade high-quality heavenly sea sword. Soon, Chen Mobai discovered that the remaining 12 stone swords were also emerging one after another, seemingly wanting to fly towards the location of Kaixing. This surprised him secretly. Thinking to myself, could it be that senior sister Tianhai left these stone swords containing the Tao of intercepting fortune just to leave them for Kaixing? If that's really the case, wouldn't Qing Nu have stolen Qian Xing's greatest opportunity? After all, the Dinghai sword combines the essence of 14 swords into one. The origin of the Patching Heaven lineage comes from the mysterious palace, and the 5 Tai scriptures passed down were written by Tianhai. Therefore, Kaixing, who obtained and completely refined the heaven-mending seal, is very likely a successor of the Tianhai Dao lineage. Even if he is not a direct descendant, he can at least be linked to it. Mending the sky. Could it be that they intend to repair the Xuan Palace, this place of annihilation in the universe? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that the Patching Heaven lineage might have had other intentions when they came to Earth Origin Star. However, among the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect, Ancestor Kaling died in the First War. It is estimated that he did not have time to leave any last words, or perhaps he did not trust the other 4 ancestors of the immortal sect who were with him at the time. Regardless, this is definitely a good thing for the immortal sects. After all, as one of the pillars of the immortal sects, the stronger the heaven-mending lineage is, the safer Earth Star will be. Moreover, this can be used as a reason to reorganize the Xuan Palace territory in the future. Chen Mobai nodded in his heart, and then helped the 2nd stone sword to be born. This heavenly sea sword, however, is crystal clear, like a beautiful jade flowing in water. Narcissus, the attributes of this sword are compatible with you. Take it to the sea to nurture it. If you can refine it yourself, that would be best. If you can't, leave it to the younger generation of your sea region. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, and seeing the rare pleading look in Xuexian's eyes, he was happy to do her a favor. Chenyang, look at me. Even after I reach the nascent soul stage, I still don't have any good magic weapons. After both Kaixing and Xuexian obtained the 5th-tier heavenly sea sword, Yuangsu, who was also present, couldn't help but speak up. Yes, yes, yes. And me too. Yunhai and Kingping immediately followed up. Among the immortal sects, 5th-grade high-quality magical artifacts are extremely rare. Obtaining even one would undoubtedly greatly enhance their combat power. Only Wenren Zuwei, though also eager to participate, hesitated to speak up due to the matter of the Changchun Patriarch. After all, if her combat strength increased, it would only attract more attention and hostility from the other 3 branches of the immortal sects. Chen Mobai showed no favoritism. Each of the nascent soul cultivators present received one of his weapons. However, there are too few cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect, while there are too many swords. A 5th-grade superior quality sword is far too precious for a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, distributing them among nascent soul cultivators would certainly not be fair or impartial. Although Chen Mobai had high prestige, even if he gave it all to the nascent soul cultivators of the Dance Weapon Academy, no one present dared to say anything. However, he cultivated saintly virtue and would certainly not do something that would demoralize people. So he simply put away the heavenly sea sword that had just emerged from its shell. The future regulations will be based on merit. In other words, only those whose attributes perfectly match the heavenly sea sword, or even those who actively gain the sword spirit's approval, can become the sword master. Chen Mobai saw one of the heavenly sea swords, which caused snow to fall and the sea to freeze as soon as it appeared, and felt that it was very suitable for Yan Bingxuan. There was another sword with an extremely thin blade and 5 holes in the middle. When it was swung, it produced a clear, melodious sound, like the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale. It was clearly a match made in heaven for Meng Huinger. There was another one, blazing like fire, shining brightly, perfectly matching the attributes of Ming Yihua's pure Yang scroll. Soon the last one was left. Between heaven, earth, and sea, only this one remained. It was also the largest stone sword and had not yet completely shed its outer shell. Chen Mobai discovered that this was the very same weapon that Hao Cao had struck when he passed away. His expression became even more focused. He began to wholeheartedly engage with the sword, directing the sword intent deep within the stone sword to merge with the great Tao within the sword, transforming it into a true sword spirit. With a cracking sound, pieces of the stone shell broke off and fell into the sea. Seeing this, Yuan Su had a thought. He would retrieve these swords and study them after Chen Mobai finished forging them. However, for fear of disturbing the forging process, he dared not act on his idea. A fine sword. 10 days later, most of the outer shell of the last stone sword had been peeled away, revealing a deep yellow blade as thick and heavy as a towering mountain. As Chen Mobai flipped the stone sword, the other side, a deep blue like the ocean, also came into view of the immortal sect members. This sword strike seemed to contain the endless mountains and boundless seas of the earthly origin star. Boom! The remaining stone shell on the blade suddenly shattered, turning into countless streams of light that scattered in all directions. Before Kaixing and the others could even intervene, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, turned the stone shells around, and teleported them into the cosmos. They completely overlooked this incredible void technique, because something even more shocking happened, leaving them speechless and incredulous. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I never expected that among the 13 heavenly sea swords I forged today, I would actually produce a 6th-tier one. Upon seeing the last heavenly sea sword to emerge, and sensing its grade and aura, Chen Mobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, when forging the swords, he mainly made use of the advantages of the raw materials and merely stimulated the power of the great Tao hidden deep within these swords, without spending much effort on it. I originally thought that reaching the 5th rank would be quite good. Unexpectedly, over the years, the stone sword had been nurtured by the great Tao, making it a material at the peak of the acquired realm. Combined with his excellent weapon refining skills, each one was exceptional. Previously, Chen Mobai's easy mass production of 5th-grade high-quality swords, while shocking to the members of the immortal sect, was considered to be within the normal range of a void refinement cultivator. However, the fact that he forged a 6th-order sword in just 10 days fully demonstrates his unparalleled and unprecedented weapon forging skills. Book title: The Prince's Edict. Synopsis: The Prince decrees. The late emperor, weary of his duties, wishes to retire and therefore passes the throne to a princess to continue the imperial line. So be it. The old emperor looked at his daughter, who was wearing a dragon robe and reading the imperial edict, then at the long sword on the imperial desk in the court, closed his eyes and said, "Yes, I did this willingly." Chapter 1392, The Grand Strategy of the Immortal Sect. Chapter 1392, The Grand Strategy of the Immortal Sect. Chenyang, this sword is really good. Seeing that Chen Mobai had finished forging the last sword, Kaixing was the first to fly over, her eyes shining as she looked at the sword standing between heaven and earth and the sea. Although he had also mastered the 6th-level star-piercing sword, that time it was purely by chance. It was at the most critical moment of life and death for the immortal sect that Kaixing Fuling was able to enter a mysterious realm, burning away everything from his previous life, and achieving this as if divinely aided. Even if you try to pluck the stars 10 times over, you might not succeed even once. Seeing how Chen Mobai effortlessly forged a 6th-tier sword today, one can tell its true skill, not just luck. This sword has absorbed the essence of mountains, rivers, and the vast ocean. In addition, the sword intent of the sword cultivators of the Mountain and Sea Academy, represented by Hao Cao, has been incorporated into it, giving birth to a sword spirit. Let's name it Mountain and Sea. Chen Mobai flicked his finger at the sword hanging in midair in front of him, and the sword's cry resounded through the sky. A fine sword, a fine name. The surrounding immortal sect members all praised it. Thank you, true Lord, for naming the academy after it. This will be an honor for every student of the Mountain and Sea Academy. At this moment, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples flew out and bowed to Chen Mobai to express his gratitude. He was Yan Feng, the principal of the Shanghai Academy in this generation. It's you, long time no see. When Chen Mobai saw Yan Feng, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise, and then smiled slightly. Yan Feng was a high school student in the same year as him. If he hadn't lost to him during the entrance exam and hadn't wasted the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman, he probably would have been the top student in that year. In the past, among the senior high school students of Dangxia City, besides Chen Mobai, Qing Nu, and Yan Bingxuan, only Yan Feng had reached the core formation stage, and his cultivation level was now approaching that of the Yan family ancestor who created the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman. Seeing a familiar face, Chen Mobai was genuinely happy. I didn't expect the true Lord to still remember me. Yan Feng was flattered by Chen Mobai's words. Although he and Chen Mobai had a fairly good relationship when they were young, the latter is now a cultivator at the void refinement stage. As the two reminisced, everyone from the immortal sects present also kept Yan Feng in mind, thinking that if the Mountain and Sea Academy ever needed help in the future, they would do their best to assist. As the top sword cultivation university in the immortal sect, the Mountain and Sea Academy upholds the ancient essence and has guarded the heavenly sea stone sword for generations. Now that I have forged it into a real sword, it should rightfully be kept by the Mountain and Sea Academy. After Chen Mobai finished talking with Yan Feng, he suddenly said this to everyone. Then in front of everyone, he waved his sleeve and sent the 5th-tier Heavenly Sea Sword and the 6th-tier Mountain and Sea Sword, which he had put away, to the top floor of the most famous sword tower in the Mountain and Sea Academy. In his youth, he obtained the purple lightning sword in this sword tower, thus establishing his reputation as a peerless sword genius. After that, they started a war and obtained the Dinghai sword. These two swords can no longer be returned to the sword pavilion, which is why the sword pavilion, which is known as the Holy Land of Swordsmanship, does not have a top-notch collection of swords. Today is also a good opportunity to repay this debt of karma. Chenyang, these swords are of such high quality, I'm afraid the Mountain and Sea Academy alone cannot protect them. Seeing Chen Mobai's actions, Kaixing voiced her concerns. After all, the Mountain and Sea Academy doesn't have a single nascent soul cultivator, and Yan Feng, as the principal, only has one 3rd-tier sword. To rashly put him in charge of 6 5th-tier Heavenly Sea Swords and one 6th-tier Mountain and Sea Sword is indeed putting the Mountain and Sea Academy in a difficult position. Why not just send some nascent soul cultivators over? Besides, White Stone Cave is adjacent to the sea, so I think Narcissus will be able to help out. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone looked at Xuexian, who opened her mouth wide and pointed to herself. Me. Given Narcissus's laziness, she was probably not too happy about it, but having just received the Heavenly Sea Sword, it was really hard to refuse. After the Spirit Lord refines the Xuanwang Pagoda, he will probably come here to choose a suitable sword. Seeing that Xuexian looked reluctant, Chen Mobai said only half a sentence. Leave it to me. From now on, my divine sense will always be present here. Without further hesitation, Narcissus patted her chest, indicating that she would faithfully perform her duties and guard this place as if it were her own treasure trove. That's good too, as it allows us to further specialize the Sword Cultivation University of the Mountain and Sea Academy. After hearing Chen Mobai's arrangement, Kaixing had no objections. As for which nascent soul cultivator from the immortal sect was sent to manage the sword tower, none of the nascent soul cultivators present asked. After all, among the 4 major academies of the immortal sects, the Wookiee lineage now has the most nascent soul cultivators, already in the double digits. Moreover, these swords were forged by Chen Mobai. The immortal sects of today are not like we were back then, where spiritual energy had to be used sparingly. Nascent soul, or even core formation, sword cultivators of the immortal sects can come to the sword pavilion if they are interested and try to communicate with the spirits of these swords. If they can gain the approval of the sword spirit, they can take it away directly. Just like when I took the purple lightning sword with me back then. My achievements in swordsmanship today owe a great deal to the help I received from the purple lightning sword in the early stages. Of course, the purple lightning sword is now also quite accomplished, and it is also a 6th-tier sword. When Chen Mobai announced that the swords in the sword tower were open to all the immortal sects, everyone present's eyes lit up. Although they have all reached the nascent soul stage, the forces they represent still have quite a few at the core formation stage. As for Chen Mobai's subsequent boastful words, everyone simply ignored them. Only a few people marveled at the purple lightning sword's good judgment for choosing Chen Mobai, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, from among so many cultivators. Especially Pei Qingshuang, who remained silent beside Wenren Zuwei. Zidian and Qingshuang were once equally famous. But the Azure Frost sword which followed her is now only at the 5th rank. Moreover, this 5th rank was achieved under Chen Mobai's guidance. After it was given to her, there was absolutely no improvement. Every time Pei Qingshuang wielded the Azure Frost sword, she could vaguely sense the sword spirit's indifference, but she dared not say anything. After experiencing Chen Mobai's power, she, the original owner of the body, was indeed somewhat weak in comparison. After the news spread that Chen Mo was forging swords by the sea and that the swords had been put into the sword pavilion, the crowd at Beishi Cave exploded. Although it is said that only those who have reached the core formation stage can attempt to communicate with the heavenly sea sword, every sword cultivator dreams of becoming a pure Yang true monarch. What if, like pure Yang true monarch, the sword spirit takes a liking to someone at the foundation establishment stage? Even many sword cultivators who had reached the Qi refining stage wanted to come and pay homage to the place where Chen Mobai forged his sword, thinking that there might be powerful sword intent left behind by the pure Yang true monarch here. Chen Mobai stopped paying attention to this. Because Kaixing and the others were present, he sent a telepathic message to Meng Huinger in the hotel, telling her that he was going back to Wanggu Cave Heaven first and that she should come to the Mountain and Sea Academy in a few days. I've arranged everything. After you enter the sword tower, go directly to the heavenly sea sound sword with 5 holes. The sword spirit will then play its sword song, pretending to resonate with you and acknowledge you as its master. Meng Huinger, who was still feeling down about the end of her wonderful time with Chen Mobai, was overjoyed when she heard the last words of the telepathic message. She couldn't wait to leave the hotel and go to the Mountain and Sea Academy to communicate with the sword and solidify her genius persona. After returning home, Chen Mobai did not forget Yan Bingxuan. Having run out of novelty with Meng Huinger, he decided to take advantage of the night and teleport to the Natural Academy to surf. After their encounter, Chen Mobai said something similar to Yan Bingxuan. I have the 4th-tier frost skin sword that you gave me before. Recently, the immortal sects haven't started any wars, so I feel that's enough for me. Yan Bingxuan felt that Chen Mobai had given her enough, and she wasn't interested in fighting. She simply enjoyed teaching and nurturing students. Just because it hasn't happened recently doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. That heavenly sea ice sword was specially crafted by me according to the attributes of your cultivation technique. Apart from you, no one in the immortal sect can unleash its full power. Chen Mobai earnestly advised Yan Bingxuan that this was her flaw. Even though the two were already extremely close, she still didn't want to use him to gain any benefits outside the rules, as she felt that doing so would damage Chen Mobai's reputation. My great-aunt and your daughter have higher cultivation levels than me, so they are definitely more suitable. Yan Bingxuan said something that Chen Mobai didn't know how to refute. Chen Ziohe had already mastered the 3 yin scripture that he obtained from the heavenly river realm, and his pure yin body was beginning to exert its power, with his cultivation speed showing a trend similar to that of the Yuan Yang ancestor back then. As for Yan Qiangji, she is even more outstanding. She has an innate ice spiritual root and is a genius on par with Lan Haitian. In terms of both aptitude and talent, she is superior to Yan Bingxuan. It's almost dawn, let's not talk about this now. Chen Mobai glanced at the morning light filtering through the curtains and, thinking about the small meeting at the Dance Weapon Academy that day, tightened his grip, causing Yan Bingxuan, who was leaning against him, to tremble. A blush spread across her fair cheeks and then her entire body. After exhaling clouds and mist, Chen Mobai, his face glowing red, teleported to Chicheng Mountain right on time. Greetings, Ancestor. Led by Deng Daoyun, the nascent soul cultivators of the Dance Weapon Academy had been waiting in the conference room for half an hour. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, they immediately stood up and bowed. Let me put it simply. I have used my Taoist cultivation to order a lot of spiritual veins. From now on, the immortal sects policy will shift from maintaining the status quo to actively expanding. This is a star map. The areas marked are the immortal sect territories that I have secured. I plan to select 360 stars to build the Zhou Tianxing Du He Luo Grand Array. Every star must be occupied first. This is a plan that will take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete. I hope that the dance weapon lineage can take the lead. What you need to pursue is the resources for nascent soul transformation. If you stay on earthly Yuan star, it's impossible for everyone to get them. But if you go out to explore, as long as you can make contributions, I can guarantee that everyone here will have a chance to reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai had already shared his plans for the future expansion of the immortal sects with Kaixing and the other nascent soul cultivators. While they were amazed by this grand vision, they also felt a long-lost surge of excitement. After all, being confined to Earthstar, they certainly couldn't cultivate the Void Realm. Even though Chen Mobai and the others have now traversed the star path to the Xuanhu Dojo, it is still too far away for them, who are at the nascent soul stage. If we can gather the stars of the heavens and form a more powerful spiritual vein, then practicing the Void Realm in the immortal sect will no longer be a dead end in the future. The nascent soul cultivator wants to cultivate the Void Realm, and the spiritual infant cultivator wants to become a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators present at the Wuki Dao Academy all volunteered, expressing their willingness to become the first pioneers of the immortal sect to explore outer planets. The initial task will definitely be to modify the planets in the Tianyang star system. With Chen Mobai already at the void refinement stage, his safety on these planets will certainly be guaranteed. As long as he can complete the task, it will be a great achievement, and the resources for the nascent soul stage will definitely be secured. Those at the nascent soul stage can apply to lead an independent expedition to explore other planets, but you will need to assemble your own complete planet-building team. Yuangsu is already working on the first planet. Those of you who are interested can go with him to take a look and learn. After Chen Mobai finished explaining the grand strategy for the immortal sect's future over the next 10,000 years, he did not assign any further personnel. Fully mobilized the initiative of everyone present. There's one more thing. The Sword Tower needs a nascent soul cultivator to take charge. Is anyone interested? Chen Mobai remembered this again and asked. To his surprise, everyone remained silent. If he hadn't mentioned the grand strategy of exploring other planets beforehand, the idle nascent soul cultivators present, like Bai and Jingchun, might have been interested. But now, they only have one thing on their minds, to go out into the universe and build a planet with their own hands. Compared to the vast universe, the mere sword tower holds little allure. Even if one can study many fifth-order swords, or even the sixth-order mountain and see sword up close. Especially for someone like Yu Yi, who had already failed to reach the nascent soul stage once. He was eager to seize this second opportunity that Chen Mobai had after reaching the void refinement stage. If none of you are interested, then I'll do it. Just as Chen Mobai was about to have the three main halls arrange manpower, Meng Huinger suddenly raised her hand. Upon receiving news of the meeting, she immediately used the void teleportation technique to rush over from the White Stone Cave. She was well aware of her own abilities. Leading a department was already her limit, let alone building a planet. However, it is clear that once this grand strategy is announced, all the nascent soul and even core formation cultivators of the immortal sect with ambition will want to leave Earth Origin Star and expand the territory of the immortal sect. She would feel out of place if she didn't go. If I go, I'm afraid I won't do a good job. It just so happens that Chen Mobai arranged for her to have the Heavenly Sea Sound Sword. If she goes to guard the sword tower, she can naturally communicate with the sword and confirm the truth that she is sincere to the sword and has gained its recognition. Upon hearing Meng Huinger speak, Chen Mobai's mind raced. He realized that she probably thought he would help her arrange resources for the nascent soul stage, which was why she lacked the ambition to venture into the vast universe. That's true. For Chen Mobai now, resources for the nascent soul stage are indeed not an issue. Moreover, if Meng Huinger wants to achieve the perfect nascent soul stage, it will definitely take a considerable amount of time, and arrangements will certainly be made then. Chapter 1393, Reunion with Su Sijo. Chapter 1393, Reunion with Su Sijo. While the Dance Weapon Academy was holding a meeting, the other three lineages were doing the same thing. especially for the Jumeng lineage, which had committed a grave error. Wenren Zuwei was eager to make great contributions to the immortal sect in order to clear the name left by the Changchun ancestor. However, the Kunpeng main lineage lacks a nascent soul cultivator, and nascent soul cultivators like Beiming Yiyun also want to seize this opportunity to obtain nascent soul resources. In comparison, the Patching Heaven lineage remained relatively calm. Besides Yuangsu and Qingping being able to stand alone, Kaingsing is also very likely to cultivate emptiness. The most urgent task is still the latter. After all, after being reincarnated as a star spirit, he had already decided to embark on the illusory path. If he had the option of the starry sky path, he would definitely prioritize setting up the seventh order Zhou Tian Xing Du He Luo Grand Array. Therefore, Kaingsing entrusted this matter to Yuangsu, allowing the latter to fully cooperate with Chen Mobai's strategy of opening up the vast universe. Once the upper echelons reached a consensus, the three main halls below began to implement it. Of the three newly appointed hall masters, the one who spearheaded this matter was Lan Haitian, the hall master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Although Hua Zijing, the master of the Zhengfa Hall, and Chen Ziohe, the master of the Kaiyuan Hall, were both from the Wuki lineage, Chen Mobai knew that in terms of ability, the latter two combined could not compare to Lan Haitian. Therefore, when the three halls held a meeting, he publicly supported Lan Haitian in front of everyone, allowing him to mobilize all the resources and personnel of the immortal sect. With full support, Lan Haitian did not disappoint Chen Mobai, and began to drastically reform the immortal sect system to adapt it to the upcoming Star Sea era. First, a special Star Sea department was established. Then, in terms of education, cosmology, which was originally a very niche field, was strongly supported, and the most outstanding talents from the immortal sect were gathered to accompany Yuan Su to Zhanjian Star to conduct the first experimental star. While Lan Haitian was making great strides, Hua Zijing quietly began preparing her military strategy. Given Chen Mobai's current status, even if he were to produce an astronomical amount of spirit stones from the Heavenly River realm, no one in the immortal sects would question its origin. They would all assume that Chen Mobai had saved up for it through frugality at the suspended pot dojo and was personally donating it to the immortal sects, which deeply moved many people. With enough spirit stones, the Lingxiao Palace's 4 symbols Dao Palace starships and other top-tier inventory were no longer needed to be spared. They were all fully activated and rotated through the Tianyang star system every year. Besides allowing military cultivators to become familiar with these war artifacts, this was also a precaution against a potential war. Because Chen Mobai has gradually released the demonic thoughts of the earthly star, many demon-infected planets in the Xuan Palace will feel the fluctuations of the great Tao and begin to converge towards him. That was one of the reasons why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came here. Throughout the entire Purple Cloud universe, around the vanished mysterious palace, numerous demon-infected planets have gathered. With Earth Star approaching the mysterious palace, by controlling the fluctuations of the great Tao and demonic thoughts, one can fish for planets one by one according to needs, accumulating initial capital. Unfortunately, the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sects underestimated the demon-infected planet, which attracted the Three-Eyed Clan from the very beginning, almost resulting in their complete annihilation. Later planets like Pluto were also very powerful. However, now that Chen Mobai has reached the Void Realm and has the Purple Cloud Palace at his disposal, as long as he doesn't encounter a demon-infested planet with a 7th rank official in charge, all of them are fish he can catch with a fishing rod. However, the grand strategy of the immortal sect requires a great many spiritual veins, so earning Tao merit is of paramount importance. Considering the history of the immortal sect, it might take hundreds or even thousands of years to catch a demon-infected planet with Tao cultivation. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't let Lan Haitian and the other members of the Golden Generation spend their lives laying the foundation for future generations and then die in obscurity. Therefore, he contacted Su Siju in advance and arranged a loan for Tao cultivation. When the first delivery arrived, Su Siju immediately recognized Chen Mobai's innate void spirit body and wanted him to join Taixu Express. At that time, Chen Mobai was not very familiar with the situation in the Zixel universe and said he would consider it before making a decision. After practicing the Void Realm, Chen Mobai had made up his mind. Since heaven has endowed him with an innate void spirit body, he naturally cannot waste this talent. Moreover, After he refined the Purple Cloud Palace, as his cultivation level increased, he gradually became able to locate and control all the Purple Cloud Palace projections in this universe. Many of the planets he passed through were demon-infected planets. Chen Mobai had tried it once at the suspended pot dojo, and discovered that many demon-infected planets already had owners. Some were directly purified of demonic thoughts and then used as private planets, while others, like the earthly star, used demonic thoughts to fish for prey. However, in the outer star systems of the suspended pot dojo, there are still many undiscovered demon-infected planets. Chen Mobai can choose to publish the coordinates of these planets on the demon market platform to earn Dao merit. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he had only let others profit because he was not strong enough before. Now that he had reached the void realm, he should definitely take all the profits himself. So he marked the coordinates of these demon-infected planets, planning to have Bai Guang do this after the spirit lord emerged from seclusion, unsealed the god of death, and found Bai Guang. After all, anything related to the demon-infected planet basically involves magical combat, and Bai Guang is a professional in this area. With these Taoist cultivations as a guarantee, Chen Mobai simply asked Su Siju to act as guarantor and borrow money from the Central Taoist Cultivation Bank. To his surprise, because of his central household registration, the bank was even willing to lend him twice as much. That is 20 Daogong, a type of Taoist practice. The interest rate is a bit high, only one Taoist merit every 100 years. Chen Mobai, however, was not afraid at all and lent out as much as he could. After all, even if the business on the demon-infected planets at the Xuanhu Dojo is finished, there are still many demon-infected planets throughout the entire universe. He can confirm many demon-infected planets through the projection of Zixel Palace. However, the places outside the Xuanhu Dojo were too far away for him to go, so he could only upload them to the demon market platform to earn some information fees, but if he did it too often, it would arouse suspicion. After all, even the most skilled intelligence brokers, with numerous informants, only have the coordinates of a few dozen demon-infected planets. After taking out the loan, Chen Mobai immediately applied to join Takesu Speedy, and once approved, he became a member of Takesu Diazu Company. Time passed. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Chen Mobai, who was instructing his daughter in cultivation, suddenly looked up at the sky. That's all for today, Chen Mobai said to Chen Ziohe, and then teleported to the top of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. The boundary gate stands here. With a flick of his sleeve, the 6th-tier magic artifact began to radiate a dazzling silver light, causing the entire void of the Tianyang star system to ripple. This commotion naturally did not escape the notice of Kaingsing and the others nearby, who quickly teleported over. Chen Yang, what's wrong? Kaingsing asked curiously. A guest has arrived. After answering, Chen Mobai activated the void and fully opened the gate to the boundary. In an instant, a brilliant silver light shot into the sky and disappeared into the outer void. Hua Zijing, who was leading the Vermilion Bird Palace on an inspection tour, received a telepathic message from Chen Mobai in advance, avoiding the ethereal brilliance and staying in a corner of the universe. Soon, to the astonishment of the immortals, a tunnel opened in the universe, and a bright silver serpentine creature flew out from it, bathed in starlight, and descended upon Earth Origin Star. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am grateful for your presence. Chen Mobai was already waiting outside the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Upon seeing Su Siju, he immediately greeted him with a smile. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You've already reached the void realm so quickly. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Su Siju immediately transformed into human form and nodded gently. Fellow Taoist, this way please. I still need your guidance on rebuilding the void station. Chen Mobai reached out and guided Su Siju to the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Let's inspect the goods first. Here's your package. After taking his seat, Su Siju waved his hand, and soon packages appeared around him and flew onto the table in front of him. Chen Mobai gestured to Kai and Xingyunhai, Wenren Zuwei, and the others, instructing them to open and inspect the packages according to their respective expertise and the information on them. These are medicinal materials for refining various fifth-order pills, the core array plate for setting up star arrays, and fifth-order mineral resources, etc. Because it's a 5th-tier item, it's not expensive. It only costs about 3 Taoist cultivation points in total. Besides the 5th-order ones, there are naturally also sixth-order ones. Upon seeing the 4 irregularly shaped crystals of various colors covered with silver talismans, Chen Mobai immediately said, "These are sixth-order spiritual veins. I came personally." As the current leader of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai has considered things quite comprehensively. Since their own Chicheng Mountain already had a sixth-order fire spirit vein, they purchased 4 more sixth-order low-grade spirit veins of metal, wood, water, and earth, which together form the 5 elements. In this way, any nascent soul cultivator of any attribute in the immortal sect who wants to transform into a deity can go into seclusion in the corresponding sixth-order spiritual vein. Because he bought 4, the seller agreed to Chen Mobai's request to choose the spiritual vein attribute. Previously, these spiritual veins with 1 Taoist cultivation level were delivered randomly. After checking and confirming that there were no problems with the 4 spiritual veins, Chen Mobai nodded gently. "And these 2, the seller was pretty nice. They gave you a box as a gift." Su Siju then pointed to 2 wooden boxes on the table. Chen Mobai opened the left box and saw that inside were 100 crystals of various colors, neatly arranged. Each of these is a 5th-order spiritual vein. But even if you add up 100 of them, it only amounts to 1 Daogong. Then Chen Mobai opened the box next to him, which also contained pieces of spiritual vein crystals. However, the spiritual vein crystals in this box were of different sizes and had uneven levels of spiritual energy, but there were quite a few of them. This box was a gift from the merchant. Chen Mobai counted it with his divine sense and found that it contained 108 4th-order spiritual veins. "I'll buy from this store again next time." Chen Mobai nodded with satisfaction, then closed the 2 boxes of spirit vein crystals and handed them to Kaingsing beside him. Even with his cultivation level, Kaingsing's hands trembled slightly when he received the 2 boxes. So many spiritual veins. "Senior brother, each person in charge of exploring other planets should take one of these with them. As for the 6th-order spiritual vein in my possession, I will personally integrate it into a suitable place on Earth after I finish my current tasks." Chen Mobai pointed to the 2 spirit vein boxes in Kaingsing's hands, as well as the 4 6th-order spirit veins he was holding, and gave instructions. Everyone present looked on with anticipation. If the immortal sects had more 6th-order spiritual veins, they wouldn't need to crowd into these 5 immortal peaks. Although we are all fellow practitioners, it's better to maintain some distance and privacy. And these 3 volumes of the Great Void Heavenly Book. After Chen Mobai finished inspecting the express delivery, Su Siju took out the last item. Since he had to pay postage anyway, Chen Mobai simply asked for a copy of the Taixu Heavenly Book Dao Manual, which records the illusory Great Dao, so that it could be passed down openly and legitimately within the immortal sect. "Senior brother, here you go." After Chen Mobai took it and read it once, he found that it was no different from the record of the void illusion in his own hand, so he handed it to Kaingsing. Kaingsing handed the 2 boxes of spiritual veins to Kimping beside him, before excitedly taking the 3 volumes of the Taixu Heavenly Book. Kimping, who received the spiritual vein, was also trembling slightly. None of the people present had ever witnessed such a scene in their entire lives of cultivation. "Fellow Taoist, this is my deposit. After the Void Station is rebuilt, I'm wondering how to connect to your headquarters to pick up and ship goods." After inspecting the goods, Chen Mobai got straight to the point, paying 10 Daogong as a deposit for joining Taixu Express, and then asked the most crucial question. "There are 2 methods. One is that you have to work harder and deliver the goods yourself. The advantage is that there is no cost, but it is slow. The second option is for you to take out another loan to build a star teleportation array, directly connecting to the star teleportation network. Then you can directly connect with the teleportation array here at the Xuanhu Dojo. Of course, the Xuanhu Dojo also needs to agree. The second method is for Chen Mobai to build a teleportation array at his own expense to solve the final distance between the immortal sect and the Xuanyang star system under Song Qingyi's jurisdiction. If this teleportation array is completed, the immortal sect will have access to various locations within the suspended pot dojo." "How many merits do you need to borrow?" Chen Mobai asked a question, but deep down he still wanted to do this well. After all, the journey from Diyuan Star to Xuanyang Star System, although not difficult in his eyes as a void-refining cultivator, would take at least several decades for a nascent soul cultivator to fly across the starry sky to reach it, even if they were going in the right direction and not getting lost. The construction of the Starry Sky teleportation array is charged according to distance. Generally speaking, it costs 1 Dao Gong for 10 Tianyang system distances. You should borrow about 100 Dao Gong. Upon hearing Su Siju's offer, Chen Mobai's eyes widened immediately. How much? To save costs and disregarding delivery comfort, we can reduce it to under 80 Dao Gong. Although our courier department and the delivery department are led differently, I have connections. Hearing Su Siju's earnest explanation, Chen Mobai gave a wry smile and immediately abandoned the idea. He knew that interstellar teleportation could traverse the distance of 100 star systems with just 1 Dao cultivation, and he thought that building a star teleportation array directly wouldn't be too expensive. However, as the conversation progressed, Chen Mobai came to understand. It's like building a road. In places with harsh conditions, the cost of every meter of road can be astronomical, but once it's built, the toll fees are very cheap. Chapter 1394, The Spirit Lord Emerges from Seclusion. Chapter 1394, The Spirit Lord Emerges from Seclusion. From now on, the delivery tasks in the Xuanyang star system will be entrusted to you. When there are packages here, I will notify you through the boundary gate. You can come to the Void Station in Wengsing to pick up the goods. You will get 0.1 Dao power for each order. Su Siju gave Chen Mobai a brief introduction to the area that the latter was responsible for. He was in charge of the Taiksu speed assistance for the Xuanhu Dojo, but in addition to the Xuanhu Dojo, he was also in charge of dozens of dojos in the northern part of the central dojo. Most of these temples are located in remote areas, and packages may not be delivered even once a year. Because of the presence of Dao Lords and resources like the Suspended Void Pill, the Suspended Pot Dojo has a large number of practitioners who have reached the Void Realm. Therefore, Su Siju specially left a clone here. Although the merit gained from delivering a package each time is not much, it adds up over time, and the market for the Xuanhu Daecheng, a type of Taoist temple, still has great potential. Su Siju started making empty promises to Chen Mobai. The packages from the Xuanhu Dojo should all be concentrated on Xuanhu Star 4, right? I'm in charge of the Xuanyang star system, and I guess we only get 1 or 2 packages every few decades. Chen Mobai had anticipated this, since those who could place orders through the interdimensional gate were mostly void refinement cultivators, with the occasional nascent soul cultivator having a powerful background. For example, he has only made 2 large-scale purchases over the years. Throughout the entire Xuanyang star system, the number of forces with Taoist cultivation is extremely limited. Don't worry, I've already considered this. I'll also allocate some of the Xuan Palace area that's adjacent to yours to you. There are many void refinement cultivators hidden inside, and they don't really trust each other. Many are willing to spend a lot of money to buy safe resources from the boundary gate. The Xuan Palace is quite dangerous. Even when I went to deliver goods, I was ambushed. The most dangerous time was when my avatar was destroyed, resulting in the loss of the package and a loss of Dao power. But don't worry, for this kind of lost item due to force majeure, as long as you write an explanation, the higher authorities will help cover half of the compensation for the loss. Upon hearing what Su Siju said, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone dares to steal from Taiksu Express. Our boss is the Taiksu Dao ancestor. Su Siju sighed. Naturally, it wasn't those who placed the orders who did it. They know their place. It's just that in the Xuan Palace there are many demonic cultivators who have lost their minds, or who have been misled. Knowing that I have many good things, they can't help but make a move. If the lost package is not due to internal theft or has a serious impact, the Grandmaster of the Void will not intervene. Instead, he will have the courier who lost the package compensate for the lost package according to the rules. Therefore, the Xuan Palace might deliberately place orders to target us. If you're going to deliver them, it's best to use an avatar. If it were the old Chen Mobai, he definitely wouldn't have done such a dangerous job. But now he has the Purple Cloud Palace, and in this universe, there are no restrictions on the use of this innate treasure, even within the mysterious palace, so his expression remained unchanged after hearing this. Moreover, if the immortal sect wants to develop, given that the Xuanhu Daecheng is already occupied, the best option would be to develop towards the Xuangong. This is a perfect opportunity to use the delivery as a pretext to investigate the situation at the Xuan Palace. 1,000 years from now, If your approval rating reaches 99%, I will apply to my superiors to hand over the entire suspended pot dojo and even the entire Xuan palace to you. Su Siju seemed to have a high opinion of Chen Mobai, and in the end, he made another big promise. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Chen Mobai then asked about some industry knowledge and taboos, which Su Siju answered one by one. Since he had joined Takesu Express, he could now communicate via the private messaging system provided by the portal. There was no limit to the number of times this could be used, a hidden perk. This fellow Taoist, shrouded in the Xuanwang immortal light, has a bright future ahead of him. As he left, Su Siju pointed to the spirit venerable refining the Xuanwang pagoda in the Tianyang star system and said something meaningful. This spirit venerable one is a highly respected elder of our earthly star. Chen Mobai immediately gave a brief introduction, letting Su Siju know that such a person existed. After all, he intended for Lingzhen to represent Diyuan star and oversee the star gazing in the future. Moreover, he couldn't keep delivering packages forever. Once he was familiar with the surrounding areas, he would definitely have to hand over this job, and Lingzhen would be quite suitable. Because there are only 2 of them currently practicing the void refinement technique in the immortal sect, Chen Mobai has a faster way to earn Dao cultivation points. However, if the star-piercing refinement cultivation, it's actually the true spirit of Kunpeng, then it's a bit of a late bloomer. Upon hearing about the spirit venerable's origins and inquiring about her age, Su Siju gave this assessment. After all, Su Siju, who was also a primordial true spirit, had already reached the void refining stage before he was 1,000 years old. If it weren't for the fact that the spirit lord had returned to his innate state after birth and showed a tendency to master the innate great Tao, Su Siju would probably have considered the spirit lord's aptitude to be dull. After seeing off Su Siju, Chen Mobai took advantage of the time before the spirit venerable emerged from seclusion to personally integrate the 4 sixth-order spiritual veins in his possession into the immortal sect's earth veins. Chen Mobai did not show favoritism. He gave one to each of the Kunpeng and Bushan Dao academies. According to this logic, a 6th-order water spirit vein should be given to Jumeng Dao Academy. However, the suggestion was met with opposition from everyone. After all, the matter of ancestor Changchun was still fresh in everyone's minds. It was precisely because he opened the door for Peach Blossom to advance to the 5th order that this opportunity was created. Bei Ming even suggested taking back the spiritual veins of Jumeng Dao Academy, only providing it with the most basic 3rd-tier spiritual energy. This would limit the high-level cultivators of Jumeng Dao Academy without affecting the students. Chen Mobai naturally disagreed with this, but when it came time to upgrade to a 6th-order spiritual vein, he readily accepted the advice of the masses and gave up. Later, Chen Mobai merged the 6th-order water spirit vein into the sea. Shui Xian found that the spiritual energy value had increased while she was at home, and she was in a very good mood. The last 6th-order spiritual vein was integrated into the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. The 6th-order spiritual vein of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain is formed by the convergence of spiritual veins from all the blessed lands and grotto heavens of the immortal sect. Originally, its foundation was only a 5th-order spiritual vein, but after obtaining a true 6th-order spiritual vein, it directly benefits all of the immortal sect. The most typical example is Wangwu Grotto Heaven, which now has cave dwellings with 6th-order spiritual energy. Of course, these are exclusively for those who have attained divine status. However, nascent soul cultivators like Lan Haitian can also enjoy top-tier 5th-order spiritual energy, greatly enhancing their benefits. After the 4 6th-order spiritual veins were processed, there were also 100 5th-order spiritual veins and 108 4th-order spiritual veins given as a gift from the merchant. These are all needed for exploring other planets. After all, many planets in the universe lack spiritual energy. But once the spiritual vein takes root, it can absorb the essence of the sun and moon and the energy of starlight to achieve the cycle of heaven and earth, until a membrane of heaven and earth is formed, creating a complete ecosystem that allows living beings to survive. Yuan Su took a 5th-order spiritual vein and went to the experimental star to verify this. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, Yuan Su easily completed the implantation of a 5th-order spiritual vein. The latter was an all-rounder in the immortal sect. After transforming into a god, he relied on the Fangkun book to advance all the arts of immortal cultivation to the 5th order. Therefore, he was able to come up with solutions for how to build and create a planet that could be habitable after some simulation. With the most crucial spiritual vein in place, this experimental planet, which would have otherwise taken hundreds of years to develop, soon saw its first breeze, its first rain, and its first clap of thunder. After acquiring spiritual energy, all things in the universe began to evolve continuously. Chen Mobai also gained a lot in this process, and his understanding of the Mahayana heavenly book became deeper. If one wants to cultivate the Dharma realm, it would be very helpful to create a planet and transform it into an environment suitable for living beings. Chen Mobai, who loved to teach, quickly published his discovery in the form of a paper. He doesn't lack points now, so this paper is free and can be downloaded by all cultivators of the immortal sects. With its reputation for mastering the void refinement technique, almost every cultivator from the immortal sects joined in the fun and downloaded the app to watch. However, those who can understand it are at least those cultivators who have opened up the golden core realm. When exploring other planets, it's best to transport the necessary supplies using spaceships. After all, if the journey is long, starships would require too many spirit stones. The domain of core formation cultivators is not very large, so it is best for nascent soul cultivators to lead the way. If they are at the nascent soul stage, that would be even better since their realm is already a minor realm. However, the minor realm is not the Dharma realm. Therefore, upon hearing that opening up a planet would help in comprehending the Dharma realm, all the core formation and nascent soul cultivators of the Kunpeng lineage applied to come to the experimental planet to visit and learn. After all, the highest realm of this lineage is to cultivate the Dharma realm using the 6 imperial scriptures. Yuangsu was short of manpower, so with Chen Mobai's permission, he selected the elites of the Kunpeng lineage to go to the experimental star and directed them to begin building the natural phenomena of the planet from all aspects. As the experimental planet progressed rapidly, Chen Mobai finally witnessed the emergence of the Spirit Lord from seclusion, a corner of the universe beyond the Earth star. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai appeared using the star-traveling teleport technique. The Xuanhuang immortal light that had originally enveloped the Spirit Venerable like a sun was now reduced to a thin layer, and the Spirit Venerable's figure, holding the Xuanhuang pagoda in his hands, was now clearly visible. However, it took the two of them 3 whole months to get this thin layer. As the last wisp of Xuanhuang immortal light merged into the Spirit Venerable's body, the broken tower tip in his palm also vanished from sight, disappearing from Chen Mobai and the others' view. At the same time, the Spirit Lord, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them, and the phantom of the Xuanhuang pagoda flashed and disappeared in the depths of his pupils. When Lingzhen saw Chen Mobai and Kaixing, he couldn't help but smile slightly. "Thank you for protecting Chenyang. I have gained the recognition of this pagoda. Although I will not be able to use it actively in the future, I will be protected by the Xuanhuang immortal light when I encounter life-threatening situations." Hearing Lingzhen's words, Kaixing looked on with envy. Even though this Xuanhuang pagoda is damaged, it still has an innate foundation that ordinary cultivators cannot shake. With his protection, the only calamity facing the Spirit Lord in the future will likely be his inability to attain Tao and his natural death. However, the lifespan of a true spirit far exceeds that of a human, and with the background of a spirit venerable, even if they cannot combine the innate killing luck, they still have some hope in the acquired great Tao of wind. Of course, this is on the premise that the main road is still empty. This Xuanhuang pagoda is so dilapidated, yet it's still so arrogant. However, Chen Mobai frowned slightly after hearing this, somewhat dissatisfied that the Xuanhuang pagoda allowed spirit venerables to refine it but not to let her use it. This is equivalent to spending the spirit's money while dating, but not letting the spirit touch you. This is absolutely outrageous. Even the Zixel Palace, as a complete innate treasure, didn't have this. Upon hearing his words, the Spirit Lord's smile froze slightly. A mysterious yellow light flashed between his brows, and the phantom of the pagoda appeared, as if the magic weapon had been somewhat stimulated. "Chenyang, I'm already very satisfied with this. After all, I've only just reached the void realm." The pagoda also said that as long as I can merge with the Tao, whether it's acquired or innate, it will truly recognize me as its master. This also gives me a goal to strive for, so that I can work harder in my spiritual practice in the future. The Spirit Lord repeatedly tried to smooth things over, reassuring the Xuanwang Pagoda to return to its purple mansion sea of consciousness. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai still felt that the Xuanwang Pagoda was being rather tactless. Isn't this like when the Xuanwang Pagoda is on a blind date? It thinks that the Spirit Lord's conditions are acceptable and his future is promising, but it also feels that it deserves someone better, so it keeps him hooked. But since the Spirit Lord, as the owner of the artifact, had said so, he couldn't say anything more. In that case, let's do as you say, Senior. Although Chen Mo said this, he had already decided in his heart that if the Spirit Venerable did not achieve Tao in the future, he would definitely deal with the Xuanwang Pagoda severely if it fell into his hands. Let's get down to business. Kaixing immediately smoothed things over, taking out the 6th-tier heavenly calculation beads and the Kaixing sword, and placing them in the starry sky. Over the years, he has been absorbing the Taoist essence he left behind in these two magical artifacts. With Chen Mobai's void sky orbit vision providing comprehensive protection, Kaixing didn't need to worry about the Grim Reaper breaking free during this process. However, to avoid the possibility of his Taoist essence being contaminated, Kaixing cautiously sent it into the heaven-mending seal first, and then reintegrated it into his primordial spirit after this inherited treasure had filtered it. Moreover, because he didn't understand much about the void refining technique in his previous life, he cultivated multiple great Taos of stars and illusions. This time, however, he only absorbed the power of the illusion Great Tao after receiving the void refining technique insights from Chen Mobai. This will make his future journey on the path of clarity much easier. That's about it. Chen Mobai and Lingzhen scanned the heavenly calculation beads and the star-pulling sword with their divine senses and found that the remaining Taoist charm had been basically cleaned up. They nodded in agreement. Then let's break the seal. I just received guidance from the Xuanwang Pagoda, which deepened my understanding of innate killing luck. I want to find an opponent to test my skills. When the Spirit Lord said this, his expression was one of eager anticipation. At this moment, she began to understand Bai Guang's thoughts. Because when she and Bai Guang were in the starry sky, the latter would practice his sword skills out of boredom and then try his moves on the Spirit Lord. This feeling of wanting to validate one's own improvement is truly wonderful. Thank you both for your support. After Kaixing finished speaking, he took a deep breath, made hand seals with a solemn expression, and began the technique to unseal the seal. Chapter 1395 Death Unsealed. Chapter 1395 Death Unsealed. Chen Mobai, Lingzhen, and Kaixing stood in a triangle in the cosmic starry sky. As the star-pulling technique was executed, the star-pulling sword, which had pierced through the heavenly calculation beads, began to hum, trying to break free. With each tremor of the star-piercing sword, the heavenly calculation bead would crack slightly, and soon the cracks would spread throughout the entire bead, causing it to disintegrate and scatter. Upon careful counting, there were exactly 108 fragments. Each fragment is like a star, linked together by starlight chains. Following the program set by Kaixing before his death in his previous life, they still function as a seal, attempting to reassemble and suppress the black cloak at the core. The Grim Reaper avatar clearly sensed the previously unbreakable seal and suddenly loosened its grip. Although it didn't understand why, it didn't let the opportunity slip by. A terrifying aura of death erupted, and the star-piercing sword, which had pierced through the cloak, seemed to be grasped by countless ghostly claws and slowly pulled outwards. The fragments of the heavenly calculation bead trembled violently, and the starlight chain could no longer hold on and suddenly exploded. The pitch-black death light spread uncontrollably, like the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring the cosmos and refining the void into spiritual energy to replenish the essence it had lost during the years of sealing. In an instant, the void began to collapse. It was as if a black hole had appeared out of nowhere, swallowing up even the light. The star-piercing sword, which had pierced through the Grim Reaper's cloak, had now been completely pulled out. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and black mist surged out from within the cloak like a tide, rapidly swelling and transforming into a blurry human figure. It was the great enemy that nearly wiped out the immortal sect, the incarnation of the god of death. The great Tao of death was wrapped around it, causing the fragments of the heavenly calculation beads, which were trying to reassemble, to become dull and lifeless, and the blade of the star-pulling sword, which was held by the death claw, showed signs of decay. I'm finally out. I'm going to plunge that planet into an eternal deathly silence. Before Death could finish speaking his chilling words, a hand suddenly emerged from the void, ignoring the expanding death path that had erupted from him, and pressed down on the hilt of the star-pulling sword, then gave it a heavy push. In an instant, the six-tier sword blade erupted with a dazzling holy light, not only burning all the ghost claws into nothingness, but also piercing through the black cloak once again. Death immediately let out a piercing scream. "Fellow Taoist, it seems you haven't grasped the situation." As Chen Mobai spoke, the holy light of virtue, like the rising sun, pierced through the materialized path of death in this cosmic starry sky. "It's you, you've actually reached the void realm." The Grim Reaper, looking at Chen Mobai who had broken through his great Tao, couldn't help but sound shocked. It should be noted that when he was sealed, Chen Mobai was merely a nascent soul cultivator. Although he couldn't perceive the passage of time while sealed, the moment he emerged and reconnected with the path of death, Death knew that he had actually been sealed for less than 200 years. In that short time, even the most talented members of the Pluto race would probably only reach the 5th rank. He went directly from the nascent soul stage to the void refinement stage. This talent is a bit too exaggerated. And the death god incarnation sensed the holy light that had easily cut into his own death path and was greatly shocked. The primordial Tao. As a being who has mastered the void refinement stage, the death god incarnation understands the true value of the void refinement stage of the innate great Tao. After years of arduous cultivation, he had only barely grasped the threshold of the innate Tao of life and death. But this junior in front of him has surpassed his nearly 10,000 years of effort in less than 200 years. How unjust is heaven! For the first time, the incarnation of death, who was always indifferent, felt a surge of jealousy. 2 scarlet flames burned within his cloak, staring intently at Chen Mobai like a pair of eyes. "Fellow Taoist, the reason I'm unsealing you today is because there's something I'd like your help with," Chen Mobai said calmly. Beside him, a mysterious yellow light flashed in the eyes of the Spirit Lord, eager to try and hoping that the god of death would be tougher. Kaingsing, with a touch of heartache, carefully retrieved the fragments of the 6th order heavenly abacus from the path of death, forming hand seals. These fragments had been somewhat contaminated and damaged by the impact of the god of death's power, and it was uncertain whether they could regain their 6th order level after being repaired. "What's up?" Death knew that his avatar was far weaker than his original body, merely manifesting through the cloak-like artifact. He could put up a fight against an ordinary cultivator at the void refinement stage, but against a cultivator of the innate saintly virtue great Tao, his chances of victory were slim. Therefore, he decided to listen to what Chen Mobai was planning to do first. "After my wife sealed you away, she used her sword sense to perceive the fluctuations of your Tao and search for your true form. I want to know how she is now." Chen Mobai's expression turned solemn, his eyes gleaming with holy light, and his vision of the void sky had firmly locked onto the incarnation of the god of death before him. "I can't contact his real body right now, but I can locate him by following his soul. If you want to know, you can put me back." The Grim Reaper incarnate said this. "In that case, I'll trouble you to lead the way, fellow Taoist." As Chen Mobai spoke, he never released his hand from the void resting on the star-piercing sword. Although the seal on the incarnation of the Grim Reaper has been broken, as long as the sword remains within its body, Chen Mobai can suppress it at any time, or even annihilate it with the holy light of virtue. "That's probably not a good idea. If you really want your wife to live, it would be best to let me go back to see your true form alone. Although I cherish the demonic thoughts I've entrusted to the cloak, I won't put my true body in danger for that." The Grim Reaper pointed to the star-piercing sword that had pierced his chest, indicating that Chen Mobai should pull it out. "Fellow Taoist, you are not in a position to negotiate with me right now," Chen Mobai said in an icy tone. "In that case, you can wait to collect your wife's corpse." The avatar of death spoke in a low, cold voice. Then, as Lingzun and Kaingsing's expressions changed, the pitch-black cloak suddenly expanded, and a chilling killing intent erupted along with the great Tao of death. Snort! With a cold shout, before Chen Mobai could make a move, the Spirit Lord had already unleashed the great Tao of wind, transforming it into a net that suppressed the great Tao that the death god's avatar was unleashing. At the center of this inescapable net of heaven and earth, 2 intersecting lines represent the innate power of killing. The moment it collided with the avenue of death, it was as if scorched by the blazing sun, turning into wisps of black mist and dissipating. Just as the Spirit Lord smiled, thinking that the incarnation of the god of death was already trapped, the latter suddenly let out a piercing shriek. The body under the cloak suddenly separated, abandoning the magical artifact that had been pierced by the star-pulling sword. It disintegrated and escaped along the gaps in the net, turning into thousands of black smoke and fleeing in all directions. Upon seeing this scene, Kaingsing immediately unleashed a powerful technique. The heaven-mending seal between his brows emitted a dazzling celestial light, and the nine-dragon cauldron coiled out from his chest, transforming into an illusory boundary that enveloped the surrounding cosmic void. Even with his nascent soul-stage strength, Tao fruit, and magical artifacts, he was still no match for the god of death. Death roared, and the power of the great Tao of death cut through the void like a sharp blade, shattering the illusory barrier created by Kaingsing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chen Mobai gently raised his other hand, which had been behind his back. With a flash of silver light, it gained complete control over the void of the entire Tianyang star system. The myriad black wisps of smoke that death transformed into were like amber frozen in time, stuck in place, unable to move. This incredibly powerful void lock technique is a guaranteed kill against enemies weaker than oneself. The only thing that Chen Mobai found regrettable was that the death god's incarnation was weaker than he had imagined. He had originally thought he would need to use the purple cloud palace. As silver light flashed in Chen Mobai's palm, the myriad black smoke that the Grim Reaper had transformed into seemed to flow backwards in time, regrouping and coalescing into a human figure beneath the cloak. Fellow Taoist, with your current strength you can't even escape my grasp. As Chen Mobai spoke, a void divine chain flew out from his palm, piercing through the power of the great Tao of the death god's incarnation and firmly locking the demonic thought at its core. After his demonic thoughts were locked up, the incarnation of death knew that he could not escape today no matter what. Very well, in that case I'll give you this avatar. As a return gift, I'll send over your wife's corpse. After the incarnation of the Grim Reaper finished speaking, the cloak he was entrusted with suddenly tore open, and the vast Tao of death contained within the artifact began to explode, destroying itself along with its own demonic thoughts. But Chen Mobai's expression remained unchanged when he saw this. With a bell tolling, the primordial bell descended from the sky, suppressing the spreading power of the great Tao of death, making even the god of death unable to commit suicide. However, no matter how Chen Mobai asked, the Grim Reaper remained silent and coldly indifferent. Chunyang, what should we do? The Spirit Lord frowned slightly. Faced with the incarnation of the god of death who was not afraid of death, they really had no way to deal with it. Don't worry, I've already considered that. Since Bai Guang can sense the true form of the Grim Reaper through his sword sense, I can do the same. Chen Mobai, however, had already made a contingency plan. Since death refused to cooperate, he would follow Bai Guang's method. After all, Bai Guang had already passed on his entire swordsmanship to Chen Mobai. After Chen Mobai mastered the Void Realm, he easily integrated these techniques into his understanding. Upon hearing his words, the Spirit Lord suddenly realized what he meant. Kaingsing looked on with envy, envying Chen Mobai's unparalleled talent. Bai Guang's swordsmanship is unparalleled throughout the ages in the immortal sects, making him undoubtedly the number one. But Chen Mobai learned everything just like that. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai teleported to the front of the death cloak and personally grasped the star-pulling sword. Back then, Bai Guang wielded this sword and unleashed the Tao Annihilation Sword, imprisoning the god of death within the seal of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Now, Chen Mobai is going to repeat this process. The first attempt failed. Chen Mobai frowned slightly, but he was not discouraged. After all, although he was extremely talented, he was indeed slightly inferior to Bai Guang in swordsmanship. So he pulled out the star-pulling sword that had been inserted into the Grim Reaper's avatar and inserted it a second time. This time he felt something slightly. The Grim Reaper's avatar trembled constantly, its cloak almost torn, but it immediately severed its sword perception. Perhaps the intent to destroy is not strong enough. Notify Zijing to bring over the Lingxil Palace and prepare the Chaos Primordial Qi Cannon. Chen Mobai felt that the two failures were definitely not his fault, and turned to Kaingsing to say something. Soon, the most powerful war weapon of the immortal sect, under the command of the military led by Hua Zijing, arrived in this cosmic starry sky. With the Eye of Annihilation, casting the Chaos Qi Cannon is much easier than before. From the enormous eye above the Lingxil Palace, thick, grayish-white divine light surged forth, engulfing Chen Mobai and his death god avatar at Chen Mobai's request. With his experience, Chen Mobai easily condensed the gray-white divine light into a destructive white light, then injected it into the star-pulling sword and unleashed the Tao Annihilation Sword. In an instant, this void was completely annihilated. The avatar of death could no longer hold back and collapsed with a scream, but its core demonic essence was bound by the void god chains and could not escape. The star-piercing sword, filled with destructive white light, pierced precisely into this demonic thought. In an instant, Chen Mobai's void sky orbit vision pierced through the infinite void, grasping this vortex that was suspended in the darkness and rotating after crossing countless galaxies in the far north of the universe. The vortex possessed the power to devour everything. Any matter, energy, or even the power of the great Tao that approached it vanished without a trace. At the center of the vortex stood a familiar sword, Bai Guang's Forget-Love sword. The blade pierced through a similar death cloak, within which the twisted power of the death path churned, yet it could not break free from the Forgetfulness sword's restraints. Is this the real Grim Reaper? Chen Mobai sensed this scene through his sword intent and was slightly surprised. However, he immediately realized that the Grim Reaper's incarnation said that after the seal was broken, he could not contact the real body. He had thought he was lying before, but now it seemed that it might be true. His true form was suppressed by the white light sword and could barely protect himself, so he definitely couldn't be contacted. But what about white light? Chen Mobai continued to use his sword sense to sense, trying to connect with the white light through the resonance of the two great Tao powers, just as he had done when he used the Chaos Chi cannon to destroy Pluto. However, this time it was unsuccessful. Within the vortex, there was only the sword of oblivion and the Grim Reaper suppressed by its blade. No, that's impossible. The voice of the Grim Reaper rang in Chen Mobai's ears. Under the sword's perception, he also saw the scene at the center of the vortex and saw the true body suppressed by the sword blade. His state of mind collapsed. It should be noted that his true form was attempting to elevate the innate Tao of life and death, making him a top-tier existence even within the void refining realm. Even if Bai Guang has mastered the great Tao of destruction, he is only at the initial stage of the void refinement realm. How could he possibly suppress the true body that has the right timing, location, and people? If I had known you were this useless, I wouldn't have worried about her for so many years. After Chen Mobai finished sensing through his sword intent, he was still not satisfied and stabbed the death god demonic thought with his sword again. After learning that Bai Guang had gone to find the true form of the Grim Reaper, he occasionally thought of his wife and was genuinely worried. I was terrified that she would die somewhere in the universe, leaving her daughter without a complete family. Chapter 1396, Wuchen passes away. Chapter 1396, Wuchen passes away. Since the white light has turned the tables and suppressed death, then it should be fine. After listening to the scene that Chen Mobai perceived through his sword sense, Ling Zun breathed a sigh of relief. You know where it is, right? Chen Mobai raised the death god demonic thoughts strung on the star-piercing sword and asked about the specifics of the strange vortex. Death is never the end. But the death god demonic thoughts only said this one sentence, and then said nothing more, clearly determined not to cooperate. After all, the white light alone had already suppressed the true form of the god of death. If Chen Mobai, a cultivator at the innate saintly virtue great Tao, were to go there, the suppression might turn into purification. Seeing this, Chen Mobai summoned his natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell, to collect and seal the demonic thought of the god of death. Keep this, and you can use your sword sense to locate the Grim Reaper's true form at any time. Chen Mobai planned to use this opportunity to find Bai Guang. Of course, he certainly didn't go in person. Even with Chen Mobai's current cultivation level, Teng Xianji would subtly warn him every time he thought of going to the Xuan Palace, which shows that the danger of this annihilated land is far beyond what a void refinement cultivator can roam freely. Even with the Zixel Palace, we cannot be careless. After all, there are 7th-rank beings in the Xuan Palace. It may even harbor a powerful demonic cultivator at the level of an immortal true spirit. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai pointed at the Morning Bell. Under the operation of the Kantanki and the Pure Yang Scroll, the power of the great Tao permeated this magical artifact, and another Chen Mobai appeared in the black and white energies. This Chen Mobai was dressed in a yin-yang Taoist robe, with Tai Chi patterns flowing in his eyes, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. The spirit lord marveled at the sight, while Kaixing was greatly astonished. Because Kaixing could sense that Chen Mobai, the embodiment of the morning bell, was far more powerful than him. Is it also practicing emptiness? Is this your second primordial spirit? Isn't it said that only the pure Yang pearl can refine this? Knowing the essence of the pure Yang scroll, the spirit venerable asked a question. That is indeed true for those below the void refining stage. However, my use here is mainly a wondrous application of the Cantong Qi, which should be called the incarnation of a magical artifact. Chen Mobai said that the Cantong technique is the easiest way to advance in cultivation, as long as you have a suitable magic tool. As for the morning bell, it was already a mid-grade 6th rank magical artifact, similar to the incarnation of the Grim Reaper manifested on the cloak. However, the Death God incarnation is based on the same Death Dao power as the true body, while Chen Mobai's morning bell incarnation is based on the Yin-Yang Dao power entrusted to this magical artifact. Although he did not embark on this path, because of the high level of his magical artifact, he can be regarded as a different kind of void refining cultivator. At least he can easily suppress beings below the 6th rank. The reason for using the morning bell is that, after acquiring the Purple Cloud Palace, this natal magic weapon has become dispensable to Chen Mobai. After all, under the protection of innate saintly virtue, it was absolutely impossible for him to suffer from qi deviation, let alone be attacked by mental magic. Since that's the case, I might as well create an avatar and do some dangerous things in his place. I plan to send this avatar, carrying the Death God's demonic thoughts, to the vortex area it senses, to see if we can find any trace of the white light. Even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Although their relationship wasn't deep, Chen Mobai still wanted to find Bai Guang if he had the ability. After all, Bai Guang had been quite good to him and his daughter, and had done a great service to the immortal sect. Another reason is that Chen Mobai now has the Purple Cloud Palace under his control, so he is no longer afraid of Bai Guang. It's time to let her know what family status is. The best thing Bai Guang ever did in her life was to marry you. After hearing this, the spirit lord was also deeply moved. When Lingzun first heard that Bai Guang had bullied the weak and shamelessly broken up a student couple, becoming a mistress and even having a daughter with them, he was very shocked. He thought that Bai Guang had been tricked by fate while trying to achieve emptiness. But as it turns out, fate was on Bai Guang's side. At least when he was trying to find emptiness by subtracting stars, he didn't encounter a woman destined for him like Chen Mobai. Alas, it's all a tragic fate. Chen Mobai sighed, his expression complex as he considered his relationship with Bai Guang. The Spirit Lord and the Star Chaser both knew the reason for this. After all, the affair between Chen Mobai and Qing Nu was common knowledge among the upper echelons of the immortal sects. It can only be said that the two were destined to meet, but not to stay together. I might need to use sword sense to perceive this sword later, so I won't return it to you yet. Chen Mobai handed the star-piercing sword to the Morning Bell avatar beside him and spoke to Star-Piercing, who nodded repeatedly. This was not only because he already possessed the Heavenly Sea Star Sword, but also because Star-Piercing had decided to walk the path of illusion. After resolving the matter of the Grim Reaper, Kaixing felt a great weight lifted from his heart. He planned to try to take the first step into the void refinement stage after he had finished comprehending the 3 volumes of the Taixu Heavenly Book. Chen Mobai and Lingzun will definitely do their best to help in this regard. After transmitting their voices to Hua Zijing, who was controlling the Lingxiao Palace, Chen Mobai and the other 2 teleported back to the Earth origin star. In the future, if the immortal sect wants to explore other planets, it will definitely need a virtual platform to connect the inhabitants of all the planets. As an extension of the illusory Great Tao, Little Crimson Heaven is also the key for you to step out of the void refinement stage. Chen Mobai had reached the void refinement stage, and his understanding of the Great Tao of illusion was even more profound than Kaixing's, given his superior strategic acumen. Furthermore, as the master of Zixel Palace, he had also cultivated void illusion, so guiding Kaixing in the void refinement stage was a piece of cake for him. During this process, Chen Mobai also discovered that his control over the great Tao of innate saintly virtue had improved slightly. This is the cultivation process after reaching the void realm on this great path, education. As one of the 2 saints of the immortal sects, on par with Bai Guang, Kaixing also possesses exceptional talent. He can grasp almost everything Chen Mobai teaches him instantly, and even the more profound teachings can be understood after a moment of meditation. When he encountered such a bright and intelligent student, Chen Mobai felt more and more comfortable teaching him. He used the 3 volumes of the Taeksu Heavenly Book as teaching materials and guided Kaingsing to explain the text word by word from beginning to end. Of course, since we are educating people, we will not show favoritism to one group or the other. All nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect are qualified to attend the lectures. However, because the content taught involved the great Tao and the cultivation of emptiness, those at the nascent soul stage were excluded, as these were simply too profound for them. Even among the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects, only Kaingsing was able to fully comprehend the great Tao as explained by Chen Mobai. Besides Kaingsing, the one who benefited the most was naturally Yungsu. He also cultivated the illusory path, and even comprehended the supernatural power of illusionary incarnation under Chen Mobai's guidance. With this, as long as Yungsu's divine sense can persist, he can transform into countless forms and command numerous cultivators from the immortal sects to explore outer planets in a multi-threaded manner. Time flies like water. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai has been back in the immortal sect for 30 years. For the first 10 years, he mainly taught the immortal sect's nascent soul cultivators the correct path to cultivating emptiness. For the next 10 years, he guided the immortal sect's nascent soul cultivators on how to achieve the Tao of transformation. For the last 10 years, Chen Mobai lived a secluded life, spending his time enjoying family life with his daughter and occasionally visiting Meng Huinger and Yan Bingxuan. Of course, he spent most of his time in the Tian realm. After all, things are peaceful in the Zixio universe. With the Xuanhu dojo behind them, there won't be any more trouble. At most, they will open up one alien planet after another and relocate the residents of Diyuan Star there. Moreover, with the Spirit Lord present, Chen Mobai could rest assured. In comparison, the situation in the Heavenly River realm is much more complicated. With the change of the great Tao rules, the pure and ethereal immortal energy descending from the 9 heavens is becoming increasingly abundant, which has raised the spiritual energy of the 5 continents and 4 seas to a whole new level. For example, a low-grade first-level spiritual vein has become a mid-grade first-level spiritual vein. The consequence of this is that the number of alien species that have become spirits or demons has increased. The monsters in the desolate ruins, due to overpopulation, began to leave their own territories and launch attacks on the territories controlled by humans. Faced with this situation, the Eastern Continent Immortal Alliance played its due role, forming a massive alliance of cultivators in the Eastern Mausoleum domain to act as a defensive front, firmly blocking these demonic beasts that surged out from the depths of the desolate ruins. In the other territories of the Eastern Continent, the 5 Elements sect occupies the most territory, and in recent years, its mission to hunt demonic beasts has been increasing day by day. In recent decades, the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument of the moral sect has been emitting strange light, and has detected many strange energy clusters appearing in the Eastern Continent. On one occasion, because it was in a desolate area not far from the Eastern lands, Shengxi sent a team of cultivators from the moral sect to investigate the situation, only to discover that it was actually a Yellow Spring Road leading directly to the Netherworld. In the Yellow Springs Road, there is even a 5th-order ghost god. If they hadn't left the Netherworld and come to the mortal realm, where the power of ghosts and gods was limited, and if Xuan, who was leading the group, hadn't had the backing of a sect, then this group of cultivators from the moral sect would probably have all died on the road to the Yellow Springs. Not only in the eastern lands, but also throughout the Eastern Continent, roads to the underworld of all sizes have appeared. Ghosts from the underworld descend upon the human world with unbridled fury after sunset. In addition, deep within the desolate ruins, many ancient beasts that had been dormant for a long time began to awaken. These were at least 5th-order beings, and some of their auras were so powerful that even the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instruments dared not investigate them. Not only in the Eastern Continent, but also in the other continents of the Heavenly River realm, there are various strange and bizarre situations. That day, Chen Mobai, who was comprehending the turtle treasure, was suddenly startled by a message sent by Qing Nu using the heavenly teleportation instrument. True Lord Wuchen of the moral sect failed to break through to the void refinement stage after consuming the immortal pill and passed away on the spot. After reading it, Chen Mobai was stunned on the spot. After a long while, a sigh was heard. Previously, true monarch Wu Chen had consulted him about various situations involving the immortal pill, and Chen Mobai had told him everything in detail, emphasizing that the medicinal power was violent and that ordinary fifth-level body tempering might not be able to withstand the refining. Unfortunately, this is not important to the cultivators of this realm. Importantly, true monarch Wu Chen met with Chen Mobai and personally verified that the latter had successfully cultivated his void realm after taking the immortal pill. Chapter 1397, Han Jialing forms her infant. Chapter 1397, Han Jialing forms her infant. As long as there are successful examples, then for cultivators in the heavenly river realm, this is a path to success. When Wu Chen Zhenjun left, Chen Mobai repeatedly reminded him to be careful when taking the medicine. Unexpectedly, I received news of his death today. Faced with such a situation, Chen Mobai had no choice but to leave seclusion. After all, before he grew up, true monarch Wu Chen, as the pillar of the eastern continent, also protected Chen Mobai. With one step, Chen Mobai had already arrived outside the main hall. King Nu was already waiting. While Dengxia Pavilion and Kaetang compete in the elixir market, they also cooperate extensively, especially after Dengxia Pavilion expanded its market across the 5 continents and 4 seas, creating a massive demand for raw materials. The Dayad sect possesses the most and highest quality medicinal fields in the eastern continent, and now the revenue from raw materials supplied to the 5 elements sect accounts for half of the sect's annual income. In fact, many alchemists from the moral sect have chosen to join the Dengxia Pavilion for further study in order to improve their skills and learn the advanced alchemy system there. In the recent times that the Dayad sect has published industry standards for alchemy, Shengxi has invited King Nu to serve as the chief editor, thus relinquishing the power of discourse. All of this was at the behest of true Lord Wu Chen. Because the alchemy system personally established and taught by Qing Nu of the 5 Elements sect is indeed superior to the traditional alchemy techniques of the eastern continent, and since they cannot plunder or suppress it, they naturally have to humbly accept and learn from it. True monarch Wu Chen believed that the moral sect, which had incorporated the alchemy system of the 5 Elements sect, would become even stronger in the future, and once again become the leader of the alchemy world. King Nu also held this in high esteem. After all, not everyone who stands at the top is willing to come down. The fact that the Dayad sect calmly relinquished its leadership position in the eastern continent's alchemy world to Qing Nu demonstrates the magnanimity and vision of true Lord Wu Chen. "Let's go." Chen Mobai nodded to Qing Nu, then waved his sleeve and used the void shift technique to bring her to the gate of the morality sect. Upon receiving the news, Shengxi personally came out to greet them. The morning hall for true monarch Wu Chen was simply set up at the very edge of the village. Because he had forcibly attempted to cultivate the void, he was shattered to pieces under the dual impact of the medicinal power and the great Tao, so only a memorial tablet was placed there. Although there was a coffin, there was only one set of Taoist robes inside. "My condolences." After offering incense, Chen Mobai addressed Shengxi and the other Dayad sect cultivators. "Thank you for coming to pay your respects, Elder Chen. This is a letter that Master left for you before he reached the void realm." After returning the gift, Shengxi handed a letter to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai took the letter and read, "Fellow Taoist, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed for the underworld. I cannot accompany you to the immortal realm, which is truly regrettable. After I leave, although Shengxi will remain in the moral sect, I still hope that you will take good care of them out of consideration for our past relationship. And the eastern continent is about to face its most turbulent time. I am powerless, and I can only entrust this responsibility to you alone. I had previously reached a private agreement with Ziyun Tiang." The letter was short, but Chen Mobai read it carefully several times. Having been in the heavenly river realm for so many years, although the general environment and atmosphere are not good, these nascent soul cultivators in the righteous holy land of the eastern continent still maintain the most basic principles. While Wu Chen Zhenjun may have made mistakes in minor matters, he has never erred in matters of great importance. Whether it was Yuan Qing's ascension as a pillar protecting the righteous path of Dongzhu, or her adherence to the bottom line in market competition with Dengxia Pavilion, or Chen Mobai's automatic relinquishment of the leadership position in Dongzhu after his strength increased, demonstrating the senior's ability to advance and retreat with ease. Even when exchanging the 3 profound jade dragon pills with Ao Yuxia, he did not betray the interests of the Eastern continent. On the contrary, it benefited the 5 Elements sect. Now that Chen Mobai has made a final judgment, he says that Senior Wuchen was a good cultivator. If you need my help in the future, you can send a message to the 5 Elements sect. After putting the letter away, Chen Mobai spoke to Shengxi. Upon hearing this, Shengxi immediately beckoned Xuan and Qi Jiansu over. To be honest, there is something I'd like to ask Elder Chen for permission to do. After the passing of true monarch Wuchen, the moral sect was left with only Shengxi, a nascent soul cultivator, making it the weakest sect in the Eastern continent. Under these circumstances, Xuan and Qi Jiansu, who had been under Wuchen's protection, could no longer delay and had to try to transform into gods. Among them, Xuan already had the Tong Shengzhen Ling Dan, and Qi Jiansu also received one when Qing Nu refined the Chang Sheng De Dao Dan. Moreover, both of them had already reached the nascent soul stage a long time ago. Shengxi asked to borrow the 5 Elements sect's suspended platform and evening drum artifact. The suspended platform above Baiyuan City is now a sacred place for breakthroughs that all cultivators in the Eastern continent dream of. At least in the past few decades, the success rate of cultivators who have broken through there in the 5 Elements sect has reached as high as 80%. The reason for this exaggerated data is mainly because the 5 Elements sect is focusing on making the suspended Dao platform the biggest attraction of Baiyuan City. The cultivators allowed to ascend it within the sect are all those deemed to have a high probability of breakthrough after passing rigorous examinations. Not to mention that the cultivators from the outer sect who were able to obtain this opportunity were already superior to all their peers within their own sect, making them scroll kings. Even for cultivators of this caliber, the success rate on the suspended platform, assuming no risk of chi deviation, is only 80%, which Chen Mobai felt was somewhat low. Given the relationship between the moral sect and the 5 Elements sect, Xuan and Qi Jiansu would certainly not be refused if they wanted to go up to the suspended Dao platform. However, since the opening of the suspended Dao platform, the highest level that Mu Yuan has ever reached is the nascent soul stage. After all, to achieve the nascent soul stage, one needs 6th-order spiritual energy. In that case, it would be necessary to use the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to draw spiritual energy from the eastern wilderness and surrounding areas to the suspended Dao platform. This would affect the livelihoods of people in the major immortal cities. Moreover, Xuan and Qi Jiansu's journey to the nascent soul stage will certainly not be as easy as Chen Mobai's, which took only 2 or 3 years. According to the local custom, it will definitely be a drawn-out process, and they might occupy the suspended platform for more than 10 years. This will delay the time for cultivators who are almost finished queuing to ascend the suspended platform. Those outside are not so bad, but many of them are from various factions within the 5 Elements sect. Therefore, only if Chen Mobai or Qing Nu gave the order could everyone remain silent and allow Xuan and Qi Jiansu to cut in line. I will tell Yi Yun about this. As for the spiritual energy, Ming'er will draw it from the Xuanhai later. Chen Mobai naturally gave him face and nodded to indicate that there was no problem. After all, among the Taoist disciples and saintesses of their generation, only Xuan and Qi Jiansu have not yet reached the nascent soul stage, which would damage the reputation of the golden generation of the Eastern continent. Moreover, the Eastern continent is currently in a turbulent period, and having another nascent soul cultivator is more useful than anything else. Thank you very much. After Shengxi expressed his gratitude, the other representatives of the Holy Land cultivators also arrived. Zhang Pengkang came from the Taixu Pio Mill Palace. He was in charge of external affairs and also offered incense on behalf of the Great Void True Lord who was under house arrest. Since the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect had closed its mountain, Qi Yingyu and Gao Yuyao, the 2 wandering martial artists, came instead. Apart from that, only some righteous forces with close ties to the moral sect received the news and came to mourn. This is not a good thing after all, and before his breakthrough, true monarch Wuchen had instructed that if he failed, everything should be kept simple. After the 7th-day memorial service, a cenotaph could be erected anywhere in the cemetery behind the mountain. After paying his final respects to the tombstone of true Lord Wuchen, Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness with Xuan and Qi Jiansu. Yes, ancestor, I will go and inform the people queuing behind the suspended platform to postpone their time." After hearing Chen Mobai's instructions, Yi Yun did not hesitate and immediately went to handle the matter. Zhuo Ming happened to be in Beiyuan City during this period. "Greetings, Master. Are you also aware that Xialing is about to form her nascent soul?" Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Zhuo Ming was overjoyed, thinking he had come to witness her disciple's nascent soul formation. "Oh, that's good news." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled. Although it's not convenient to use the void sky orbit vision here, with Chen Mobai's cultivation level, he could clearly see everything on the suspended platform with a single turn of his divine sense. As Chen Mobai's personally chosen third-generation disciple of Zion Enchen, Han Jiling did not disappoint him. After consuming the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, she easily broke through to the nascent soul stage and is currently circulating the Crimson Flame Sword scripture to master her newly formed nascent soul and consolidate her realm. Congratulations on your sect gaining another nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, Xuan and Qi Jiansu also saw the heavenly tribulation gradually gathering on the suspended platform and congratulated Chen Mobai. Another advantage of the suspended platform is that the tribulation after a breakthrough will be weakened by half. In fact, the heavenly curtain earthly network array could be used to devour and refine all the heavenly tribulation energy, but Chen Mobai felt that doing so would breed laziness among the younger disciples. After all, this place is rich in resources, and now that the 5-element sect has opened up its cultivation techniques to its disciples, breaking through realms in cultivation is even easier than in the immortal sects. If they don't learn reverence from heavenly tribulations, they will definitely be stuck at a bottleneck when they reach a higher realm because of their lack of mental fortitude. Taking all these factors into consideration, Chen Mobai left half of the heavenly tribulation untouched. For the locals, this is a fantastic thing. At least in recent years, only 2 cultivators with shallow foundations from outside the Dao platform have broken through to the heavenly tribulation. As the 3rd-generation eldest disciple of Zion Enchen, Han Jiling is renowned and certainly has no shortage of magical artifacts and talismans. The mere heavenly tribulation is just a formality for her. As expected, after the Ice Heaven Thunder tribulation appeared, the extreme Yang/Qi on the suspended platform suddenly expanded, like a golden thread that cleaved the heavens and split the earth, easily breaking through the tribulation. Seeing the scene of this sword severing the heavenly tribulation, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod slightly. He already has a third of the flair he had in his youth. Chapter 1398, The Results of Education. Chapter 1398, The Results of Education. Disciple thanks the ancestral master and venerable master for protecting the Dharma. After Han Jiling overcame her tribulation, her divine sense saw Chen Mobai and Zhu Ming standing together on Beiyuan Mountain. She immediately flew down and bowed to the 2 of them. "Haha, get up," Chen Mobai said with a smile that, when this 3rd-generation disciple reached the nascent soul stage, his own path of saintly virtue had also improved slightly. It was almost the same time as when the professor was observing the stars. Considering the difference in their levels of understanding, Chen Mobai could probably conclude that education places more emphasis on the outcome. Han Jiling's successful formation of her infant was equivalent to the previous education achieving a stage of results, so the feedback Chen Mobai received was similar to that of Professor Kaixing. In that case, if Zhuo Ming and other direct disciples make further progress, it will be of even greater help to Chen Mobai's path to sainthood. No wonder Zixale Palace chose him to be its master, because Chen Mobai had been fond of teaching since he was a low-level cultivator, and it can be said that he was in perfect harmony with the path of sainthood from a young age. It can be called the innate sacred virtue and body. Besides outstanding talents like Kaixing and Han Jiling, whose achievements are palpable, there are countless other subtle but significant educational results. These are the fruits of the educational policies he formulated when he served as the leader of the 5-element sect. The Eastern Wilderness has now become the undisputed educational center of the Eastern continent. As the earliest and most prestigious academy with the strongest faculty, the Longevity Academy is known as the premier educational institution. Its annual enrollment quotas are fiercely contested by all the major powers of the 7 territories of the Eastern lands. In recent decades, less than 10% of the new students have been from the Eastern Wilderness, as they cannot compete with the Phoenix cultivators from outside the region. The reason there is still 10% is mainly because Baiyuan City offers preferential treatment in terms of school enrollment and various admission score reductions. This is precisely why a household registration in Baiyuan City is becoming increasingly valuable. Besides the Longevity Academy, there are many other similar academies throughout the Eastern continent. Countless new students have achieved great success, and Chen Mobai, the patriarch of education in the Eastern continent, deserves some credit for this. Every year, the top graduates of the academy all choose to join the Five Elements sect as their first choice. It is precisely because of this that, although there are fewer and fewer outstanding students in the Eastern wilderness, the Five Elements sect is becoming more and more powerful, because it swallowed up all the talent in the entire Eastern continent. Thanks to these factors, after Chen Mobai reached the void refinement stage, his control over the great Tao of sacred virtue progressed at a slow but steady pace. The progress bar displayed using the Fengkunchu app shows approximately 1/10,000th of the progress. The criteria for Han Jialing's nascent soul advancement are almost identical to the criteria for the entire Five Elements sect's educational system in the Eastern continent to produce results each year. In other words, if Chen Mobai cultivates around 100,000 Han Jialings, he will basically be able to master the great Tao of saintly virtue. If he can achieve half of them, he can then attempt to merge with the Tao. However, this is somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, Chen Mobai believes that Zhu Ming's transformation into a deity or her cultivation of the void through star pulling can bring more progress to the saintly virtue level. However, such outstanding talents are rare and hard to come by. They may only appear once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. Therefore, the safest approach is to focus on increasing the number of such talents. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai gave instructions to Han Jialing, who had just broken through. As the third-generation eldest disciple of my Zion Enchen, you cannot slack off even after you have reached the nascent soul stage. After all, I am currently at the void refining stage, and with Minger's good fortune, there is hope for her to ascend in the future. You should also set your goal at the void refining stage and ascend to the next level. Hearing this, Zhu Ming, who was standing next to him, felt a little embarrassed. She's only at the nascent soul stage, not even close to becoming a deity, so how come Chen Mobai sees her as having a chance of ascension? Yes, master, I will definitely work even harder. But Han Jialing nodded solemnly upon hearing this. The title of the third-generation eldest disciple of Zion Enchen was both a pressure and a great honor. Since she had been resilient since childhood, she could not let her ancestor down since Chen Mobai trusted her. After nascent soul, one progresses to deity transformation. My Zion Enchen lineage has abundant resources for deity transformation, but your share can only be obtained by becoming the sect leader. Yun will retire soon, and Chen Lingaming will take over. You should first hone your skills in education. If you can achieve great things, such as solving the problem of everyone having access to education, then you will definitely be the next head of the sect. Education is also something I value most, because only with a future can there be boundless hope. As the successor of my lineage, I hope you can uphold my aspirations and ensure that every place in Dongzhou is filled with the sound of reading, and that everyone knows etiquette. Starting with the education of generations of children, we can build a moral society and a world of great harmony. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Han Jialing felt as if she had been struck by lightning, enlightened, and had found the true meaning of her future life. Inheriting the teachings of our ancestors, we will usher in an era of lasting peace. The Azure Emperor is truly a man of great vision. After listening to this conversation, Xuan, who was not far away, looked at Qi Jiansu with admiration and said. At this moment, he finally understood why the Five Elements sect, with only 300 years of development, had already surpassed the morality sect's tens of thousands of years of accumulation. The key lies in education. When the Azure Emperor was young, he was known as the great teacher of virtue in the eastern wilderness. Compared to Xuan, Qi Jiansu knew more about Chen Mobai. After all, she often came to the eastern wilderness. Junior sister, do you think it's possible to persuade our sect leader to open up the entrance quota for our sect and pick up some of the hidden gems among the graduates of the Five Elements sect's various academies? Xuan then shared his thoughts. As an ancient sacred land, the moral sect has a very high entry threshold. Apart from those with heavenly spiritual roots and extraordinary spiritual roots who are unconditional, Even those with true spiritual roots must be examined in terms of temperament, morality, and even fate before they can be accepted into the sect. Because of the Five Elements sect, the population of the Eastern continent has exploded, resulting in the highest number of disciples joining the moral sect in recent years since its founding. Even so, the total number of disciples from top to bottom is only 1% of that of the Five Elements sect. After all, the Five Elements sect absorbs influence from all over the Eastern continent and even overseas, while the Morality sect only has influence within the Eastern region, and its influence is barely comparable to that of the Five Elements sect. But after a few generations, it is estimated that the influence of the Eastern lands will be overshadowed by the Five Elements sect. Currently, in terms of the number of nascent soul cultivators, the Morality sect still has a higher number than the Five Elements sect. However, those below the nascent soul stage were completely crushed. If this trend continues, it's only a matter of time before the Five Elements school surpasses the Morality school in every aspect. Therefore, Chuan thought of making changes and lowering the threshold of the Morality sect. After all, there are thousands of students graduating every year, but those who can join the Five Elements sect are like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. The cultivators who were eliminated were not necessarily unskilled. It's just that there were people who were more skilled or had better backgrounds. And these people would definitely be willing to join the Holy Land if the moral sect were willing to swallow their pride. However, Wuchen and Shengxi felt that picking up what the Five Elements sect didn't want would damage the reputation of the Morality sect. If word got out, the Holy Lands of the Five Continents and Four Seas would laugh at them for picking up trash. So, although they didn't say it openly, they refused to accept anything that had been rejected by the Five Elements sect. This has led to the fact that in the recent times that the moral sect has opened its gates to the public, the disciples that it has been able to recruit, apart from those with heavenly spiritual roots and extraordinary spiritual roots, are mostly those who do not consider themselves outstanding and did not take the entrance exam for the Five Elements sect. This has led to the decline of the Dayad sect from generation to generation. After Chuan understood this, and now that Wuchen had passed away, he thought of lowering his stance. So what if people say I'm a scavenger? At least I can bring in the best disciples. This way, at least the quality of the disciples of the moral sect can be guaranteed. If they persist in this way generation after generation, perhaps one day they will be able to wait for the Five Elements sect to decline and for them to rise again. I'm afraid the headmaster won't agree. Qi Jiansu, however, did not think highly of Xuan after all. Shengxi was a bit old-fashioned and concerned about his reputation. Then I'll do this after I become the sect leader. Xuan, however, made up his mind. He knew that if the moral sect continued to cling to its old ways, it would definitely be eliminated by the current situation in the Eastern continent. When Qi Yingyu came to mourn him, he chatted with the latter for a while and learned that the disciples of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect were recruited by the Five Elements sect by selecting outstanding graduates from each year's various academies. Although these outstanding graduates had been screened by the Five Elements sect, they were still far superior to those that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect had found on its own. Among the disciples of the moral sect that Qi Yingyu brought with him this time to broaden their horizons, there was a very young core formation cultivator who was not yet 60 years old and was an outstanding graduate of the Longevity Academy. However, he couldn't compete with the local residents in his cohort, so he was eliminated. But in terms of talent and strength, he was almost no worse than someone with a different spiritual root. Within the Dayad sect, those who achieve the core formation within the age of 60 are eligible to directly compete for the positions of Taoist Son and Holy Maiden. Because of Yi Qing and Chen Mobai's relationship, nowadays, in the academy run by the Five Elements sect, all graduates, besides filling in the Five Elements sect as their first choice, generally make the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect their second choice. Even the Taixu Misty Palace, thanks to the help of the Five Elements sect, added several courses on sensing the power of the void to its annual curriculum. Anyone who could demonstrate talent in the void was directly admitted to the Taixu Misty Palace. As a result, the number of disciples in the Taixu Misty Palace in the Eastern continent tripled in the last 100 years. Zhang Pengkang had never known that there were so many people in the Eastern continent who were talented in the void. This was even specifically praised by Taixu Immortal, who also instructed Shan Mayaasu to study the Five Elements sect's educational system and promoted in the territories of the central continent and the other 3 continents. If the moral sect doesn't keep up and continues to obsess over its reputation, it will likely fall out of the ranks of holy lands after the passing of its older generation of cultivators. If you want to learn the 5-element sect system and change the sect, I will support you. Qi Jiansu had personally witnessed the earth-shaking changes in the 5-element sect, so he also felt that the various systems established by Chen Mobai represented the most advanced system in the eastern continent. Junior sister, with your support, I'm not worried anymore. Xuan was very happy to know that he was not alone in reforming the sect. At that moment, Chen Mobai waved to them, and the 2 siblings immediately flew over. Now that the suspended platform is available, Ming'er will mobilize the 6th-order spiritual energy from the Xuanhai within 3 days. Which of you 2 plans to go up and transform into a nascent soul cultivator first? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Xuan stepped forward without any hesitation. He had always sought stability in his life, but now that Wuchen had passed away, although the sect had more disciples than before, its strength had fallen to the bottom among the holy lands. He felt that he had to step forward and break through to lead the moral sect to become great again. Oh, Xuan's state of mind seems a little different. Chen Mobai could tell at a glance that Xuan was different from before, and thought to himself, it seems that Wuchen's death made him even more resolute. If I fail to break through, the sect will be handed over to my junior sister from now on. Before Xuan went up to the suspended platform, he said one last thing to Qi Jiansu. This is the talisman to activate the evening drum. Please keep it safe. There are also some points to note, which Ming'er will explain to you one by one when we go upstairs. Chen Mobai stretched out his finger and drew a talisman in the air, condensing it into a talisman for Xuan. To break through to the nascent soul stage, one needs to unleash the power of the 5th level of the Twilight Drum. Besides Zhuo Ming controlling the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, only talismans personally drawn by Chen Mobai can achieve this. Thank you very much, junior nephew Zhuo, you've worked hard. After thanking him, Xuan followed Zhuo Ming and flew up to the suspended platform. Congratulations on your sect gaining another nascent soul true monarch. As Chen Mobai watched Xuan's figure disappear, he smiled and said this to Qi Jiansu, who was overjoyed upon hearing it. As a wise and virtuous teacher, Chen Mobai has never missed a beat when it comes to vision. He said that Xuan could transform into a god, so it was basically a sure thing. May I ask the Azure Emperor, can I successfully transform into a god? Qi Jiansu couldn't help but ask for a title. Madam is back. Chen Mobai did not answer this question, but instead turned to look at the foot of Baiyuan Mountain. The figure of Qing Nu appeared before him. After dealing with matters here, Chen Mobai returned to the Xuanhai Ci to continue his seclusion. After mastering the Void Realm, he gained a great deal each time he studied the turtle treasure. If Wuchen hadn't passed away, he would never have ended his seclusion and taken that first step. Upon returning, Chen Mobai took out the tortoise treasure again, enveloping it with the great Tao of Void and simultaneously perceiving it with his divine sense. Gradually, he felt his consciousness becoming infinitely profound. Without being able to use the void sky orbit vision, he discovered that he could see the eastern continent, the profound sea, the desolate sea, and so on. However, some areas were shrouded in the power of the 6th rank, making it impossible to penetrate completely. But for him, that was already a lot of information. During this process, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered something. He used the turtle treasure to redirect his divine sense and probe into the Xuanhai Ci. When he was at the 6th level of the vacuum body, he sensed a very special power deep within the Ci that he was very familiar with. However, my cultivation level was insufficient at that time, and I dared not stay long, so I left immediately. But now, he felt it was time to find out for himself. The unorthodox method of goo refining, starting with the Earthwalker. Synopsis: Lu Yuan travels through Lingnan and becomes a miserable beekeeping slave. Fortunately, I obtained the Earth Emperor Tower and awakened the Earth Swamp Walker rank. Insects, beasts, and all living things in the world can be tamed. Chapter 1399, The Power of Creation. Chapter 1399, The Power of Creation. Wild Sea. The Demon Lord finished reading the latest intelligence from the Eastern Continent with a blank expression. The message contained both good news and bad news. The good news is that the true Lord Wuchen of the moral sect has passed away, leaving one less top-tier nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent. The bad news is that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, who had been in seclusion for decades, has emerged and appeared at the moral sect with his Taoist companion, true monarch Dengxia, to pay their respects. Master, has the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness actually reached the Void Realm? The Jade Pearl Demon King frowned and asked. She had personally set up the intelligence network in the Eastern continent, so these two pieces of information initially reached her. After reading them, she felt they were very important, which is why she came to disturb the Demon Lord. Of all these, the news that Chen Mobai has emerged from seclusion is undoubtedly the most attention-grabbing news from all major forces. After all, before his seclusion, he was undoubtedly the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Heavenly River realm. With him around, any conspiracy against the Eastern continent would not dare to be open about it and could only be carried out in secret. Judging from Chen Mobai's displayed talent, coupled with the immortal pill and the ascension light that suddenly appeared and disappeared many years ago, everyone guessed that he had already reached the void refinement stage. But no one and no force dared to verify it. It seems everyone is waiting for a change in the situation. In that case, I'll lead the charge for those forces in the shadows. The Demon Lord did not answer the Jade Pearl Demon King's question, but instead uttered this sentence. Master, are you going to take action against the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect? I asked the Jade Bead Demon King with some concern. Although the Demon Lord's cultivation had greatly improved after being released from prison, if he wanted to take revenge, he would definitely have to get past Yi Qing's good friend, the righteous and loyal Chen Mobai, first. Recalling Chen Mobai's undefeated record since his debut, the Jade Pearl Demon King shuddered as he recalled the near-death experience he had when he was almost killed in Eastern Wu and turned to ashes under the Hunyuan Five Elements Extinction Divine Thunder. Even though she deeply respected the Demon Lord, she felt deep down that her master would not be a match for the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Hey! The Demon Lord sneered at this and vanished from the spot. Chen Mobai was unaware that his brief appearance after leaving seclusion had caused even more turbulent undercurrents in the already somewhat turbulent world. However, as long as there are no problems in Dongzhou, he doesn't care about anything else. He firmly believes that as long as he persists in his spiritual practice and becomes stronger, all problems will cease to be problems. Following the guidance of the tortoise treasure, his divine sense seeped into the depths of the Xuanhai Sea like a trickle. Previously, due to insufficient cultivation, he was like looking at flowers through fog when exploring this most mysterious place in the Heavenly River realm. He only managed to explore the winding, underground caverns, full of branches and caves. Each cave contained innate essence, some of which were nurturing spiritual materials like the Taiyuan Blue Pearl, but most of them were in a formless state, merely clusters of pure Tao power. As his divine sense penetrated deeper, Chen Mobai came into contact with more and more power of the great Tao. He discovered that this place was similar to Zixil Palace, and he was almost able to gather the complete power of the 3,000 great Taos. Considering that the jellyfish inherited the mantle of the purple cloud Taoist and achieved the ninth order creation by opening up the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai already had a vague answer in his heart. At this moment, his consciousness reached the deepest part of the CI and could no longer go down. But here there are only colorful crystallized paths and clusters of pure, boundless primordial spiritual energy, like a colorful galaxy appearing on the seabed, faintly visible in the clouds and mist. Although the scene in his consciousness was very beautiful, it left Chen Mobai somewhat disappointed. According to legend, jellyfish created the Milky Way, and all things and spirits in the world were born from the CI, so this place should obviously hold the secrets of creation. At that moment, Gui Bao suddenly lit up with void spirit runes. Then, in the deepest part of the Xuanhai CI, where there was no way forward for the divine sense, layers upon layers of void barriers suddenly appeared. Through the barrier, Chen Mobai could vaguely see the boundless darkness, which seemed like an abyss, yet it made him involuntarily want to immerse himself in it and become one with it. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai's mind suddenly jolted. He finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity. When he first encountered the Tao through his immortal water spiritual root, his consciousness transformed into countless forms of water, rain, dew, clouds, and mist, ultimately flowing through all the land and rivers, returning to its source and merging into the boundless ocean. As the seawater flowed, it descended deeper and deeper, sinking into a dark and deep sea. So this is it. Chen Mobai looked at the abyss behind the void barrier and suddenly realized. Clearly, this is the real CI, containing the true mystery of how jellyfish created the world and all things. Was the power that senior sister Tianhai gained to achieve her destiny also partly due to this? Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai's heart trembled. After all, although Taoist Zixil mentioned in his lecture that the mystery of the ninth level lies in fusing the 3,000 great Taos to obtain the power of creation. However, according to the spirit of the Zixil palace, only Tianhai truly succeeded within the palace. Even though Chen Mobai is only at the void refinement stage now, he is still deeply moved by the supreme ninth order inheritance of his sect. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and once again activated his divine sense, wanting to use the power of the tortoise treasure to break through the void barrier and enter the abyss of the CI. But something unexpected happened. His consciousness was bounced back after hitting the void barrier. Why can't Gibao open this barrier? Chen Mobai was surprised. It should be noted that the spiritual patterns on the tortoise shell are already complete void Tao, which can be freely transmitted even within a supreme, innate treasure like the Purple Cloud Palace. It's not working now. There are only two possibilities. Firstly, it was the true king of the void who sealed this abyss of the CI. If he were to personally take action, not only would Gui Bao be unable to break it, but even if Chen Mobai possessed the gate of the void, he would be unable to do so. Or perhaps it was sealed by senior sister Tianhai herself. She is a ninth-level being, and Gibao would definitely be powerless against her power. The treasure was right in front of him, but there was no way to enter. This made Chen Mobai scratch his head, and he even wanted to personally enter the deepest part of the CI to check this void barrier. But soon he remembered something. When he first heard the Tao about the immortal water spiritual root, he immediately used the immortal technique to mend the heavens and redistribute his 5 elemental spiritual roots, causing his water spiritual root to drop by 100 points. Afterwards, he wore a 5th-order water spirit talisman and gave himself a 5-element immortal spiritual root. However, the value of the water elemental root did not actually return to 100 points. At that time, Chen Mobai sensed that the opportunity to learn the Tao through the immortal water spiritual root might be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, it should be here. Chen Mobai was delighted with his own sudden inspiration. But he was also a little worried that this world wouldn't approve of his method of exploiting bugs, since there had never been anyone like him who had twice attained enlightenment through immortal water and spiritual roots. However, for Chen Mobai at this point, this is the only method he can try. If that doesn't work, then we can only wait until we ascend to the celestial realm and pay our respects to the true king of the void to inquire about this matter again. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. His true form, sitting upright at the mouth of the Xuanhai CI, casually grabbed the innate water element essence from the 5th-order water spirit talisman, refined it into his body, and activated the immortal sect's spiritual root enhancement technique. In the blink of an eye, his water elemental root had increased from 99 to 100. In that instant, his consciousness was elevated once more, transforming into countless streams of water, taking on endless forms, converging into rivers and the sea. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Chen Mobai felt his consciousness enter the eye of the sea along with the ocean. This time, he clearly sensed that he had passed through layers of distorted void barriers and entered the pitch-black abyss. But within this abyss lies an incomparably magnificent landscape. Countless pale blue dots of light flickered like breaths, as if they had coalesced into a stellar vortex or a whirlpool. As they flashed, ripples spread across the dark space. Chen Mobai didn't know if this was a mystery of creation, but he simply saw all the great Taos he had comprehended here. Each pale blue dot here represents a major road. What resonated with his consciousness initially was saintly virtue, followed by yin and yang, emptiness, the 5 elements, and so on. This place is like another Zixil palace. The 3,000 great paths are right before my eyes. However, the 3,000 great Taos here are not complete. Compared to the Purple Cloud universe, they are both incomplete and scarce. Is it because senior sister Tianhai's cultivation is inferior to Master Zixil's, so the 3,000 great Taos she created are also inferior? Or perhaps the abyss of the Xuanhai CI is merely a part of creation, and only by combining with the creation from the depths of the four sea eyes can the complete Tao fruit of creation be achieved. Chen Mobai felt a sense of doubt and considered various possible answers. Just then, Chen Mobai looked at Xingxuan in front of him and suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in surprise. When he took the immortal pill and advanced to the sixth-order vacuum body, his body transformed into the void and merged with the Tao. He comprehended that his own void spirit body was a reflection of the spiritual patterns on the tortoise shell. Now, as these star-like patterns continue to change, they are faintly outlining the shape of a tortoise. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, the tortoise treasure in his true form suddenly turned into sand. After the tortoise treasure transformed into endless silver sand, it enveloped Chen Mobai like a vortex of stars, seeping into his body and continuously filling and fusing with the void spirit patterns of his vacuum body as a framework. During this process, the void spiritual patterns within Chen Mobai's body lit up one by one, and his progress in the vacuum body quickly advanced from the initial entry into the 6th rank to the middle grade of the 6th rank, and then to the upper grade of the 6th rank, reaching the great perfection. Even after reaching the great perfection, the advancement of the vacuum body did not stop, but continued to sublimate towards some kind of innate change. Chen Mobai, however, was completely unaware of this. His consciousness was already in the most immersive state of enlightenment he had ever experienced. After comprehending that the Tao fruit of creation left by the jellyfish in the abyss of the sea eye was the turtle treasure, his mind was shaken, and the most ancient scenes of this world began to unfold before his eyes. In the beginning there was chaos, and there was no concept of nothingness, let alone matter. A blue-haired girl arrived here with a turtle. On the turtle's back there was a door. This door contains the secrets of all existence and non-existence. The blue-haired girl pointed at the door, and with the infusion of boundless Tao power, chaos was opened up. The primordial nothingness was born on the turtle's back. This nothingness is like an abyss. The abyss that Chen Mobai saw upon attaining enlightenment through his immortal water spiritual root originated from this place. After nothingness comes the primordial qi, also known as the primordial spiritual vein. Once the spiritual energy was obtained, it began to create the prototype of the universe, and all forms began to evolve. However, even with the blue-haired girl's astonishing cultivation, reaching this point was already the limit. After trying for countless millennia, she knew that she alone could not create a complete universe from nothing. So after discussing it with the door, she left this new universe. After some time, she returned with a large group of people. Chen Mobai was very familiar with these people. They were his fellow disciples from Zixel Palace. These disciples of Zixel Palace each unleashed their own great Tao power, combining it with the void of this new universe, causing numerous innate great Taos to intertwine and evolve into many acquired great Taos. After completing the 49 innate great Taos, the 3,000 great Taos, the most fundamental path in the world, also emerged from this. Seeing this scene, Chen Mobai recalled how he had listened to the last lesson with the help of the 3 bluebirds from the alchemy cauldron, and his expression suddenly became clear. It turns out that when senior sister Tianhai called for help, it was because she was powerless to create a new universe on her own. Even so, the combined efforts of all the disciples of Zixel Palace could not create a world as complete and vast as the Zixel universe. So in the end, Tianhai and his team settled for second best and simply used the Zixel universe as a model to create a new world. Even so, this new world is still full of all sorts of flaws and problems. The great Tao is flawed, making it impossible for created beings to survive or cultivate, and so on. Faced with this, Chen Mobai saw that Tianhai and the others had done the simplest thing, abandoned this newly created world. But before abandoning it, they used this new world to conduct many experiments. Having gained enough experience in this abandoned new world, they joined forces to create another new world from the chaos. This new world is almost perfect in comparison, but it still cannot compare to the purple cloud universe and seems very small. Even so, it was still a huge success for Tianhai and his team. Because Tianhai used the 3,000 great Taos of this world to forge the first Tao of creation. End of this chapter. Chapter 1400, The Origin of the Heavenly River Realm. Chapter 1400, The Origin of the Heavenly River Realm. On the eastern continent, there is an area where there is almost no spiritual energy. That is the boundless sea of sand. When Dangzhu was first born in this world, It was a fertile land full of birdsong and fragrant flowers. The reason it has become a desolate wasteland is that, in the beginning of time, a powerful being from beyond the realm brought a swarm of locusts with the intention of transforming this world and building the most basic ecosystem. Not only locusts, but all kinds of other true spirits were brought from beyond the realm and placed in their suitable living environments. From nothing, they multiplied and gave rise to all kinds of living beings, allowing this world to complete the species evolution that would normally take hundreds of millions of years to achieve. This brood of earth locusts, due to their strong survival ability and rapid reproduction, took the lead in dominating the land of the eastern continent. After devouring the fertile land they inhabited, they expanded endlessly in all directions, consuming everything in sight, frantically increasing their population and destroying the ecological environment. Ultimately, it drew the combined efforts of the true spirits from all 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm, who finally managed to kill all the high-ranking earth true locusts. But the places devoured by these locusts have become a permanent scar on the eastern continent. In the beginning of time, although the true spirits of the heavenly river realm joined forces to exterminate the high-level locusts, they were unable to wipe out all the billions of locusts. Therefore, this race still exists to this day. Even in the years that followed, several low-level earth spirit locusts evolved into true spirits, the earth true locusts, and repeatedly wreaked havoc on the eastern continent. Even after the establishment of the Eastern Imperial Court and the rise of the human race, locusts still plagued the land. The physical body that the demon lord currently occupies possesses the bloodline of the earthly locust, which he has fully activated and awakened after reaching the void realm. Through the connection of blood, after reaching the void refinement stage, the demon lord clearly sensed that in the deepest part of the boundless sand sea of the eastern continent, an ancient sixth-order true locust was sleeping. Now that Chen Mobai is invincible, the demon lord plans to awaken this ancestor and unleash a locust plague that blots out the sky once again. As the leader of the eastern continent, and with the boundless sand sea bordering the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai would certainly not sit idly by. Even if Chen Mobai is incredibly powerful, even if he has reached the void refinement stage, he would still need to go all out to solve this locust plague, or even that sixth-order true locust. Regardless of the outcome, once Chen Mobai's void refinement level was exposed, he would definitely ascend and leave. Without the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, and with Wu Chen having passed away, the Demon Lord did not believe that the forces hidden in the shadows would let the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect go. The restructuring of the life-or-death situation is being watched closely by countless people. However, with the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness presiding over the Eastern Continent, even top-tier nascent soul cultivators like the Lord of the Central Demonic Path dared not take action. Originally, the Demon Lord also wanted to wait for Chen Mobai to ascend, but he did not expect that the latter would be able to stay in the Heavenly River realm for so long. Given Chen Mobai's talent, the Demon Lord believed he must have reached the Void realm. The reason they are still lingering in the mortal realm is probably due to a request from the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect. After all, everyone knows that Chen Mobai and Yi Qing are close friends who have entrusted their lives to each other. Moreover, when the Taixu measuring ruler made its move, it said that after Chen Mobai cultivated the Void realm, he could ascend to see the Taixu true king. Now, for the sake of brotherhood, even this small matter can be postponed. Therefore, the Demon Lord dares not wait for Chen Mobai to come to his senses and ascend to leave the Heavenly River realm. We have to do something to force him to leave. After revealing his true form, the Demon Lord escaped into the 9 Heavens tribulation, flying precisely over the desolate sea, Eastern Wu, Yunmeng Marsh, and Eastern Wilderness Plateau, before descending upon the desolate sand dunes at the very center of the boundless sea of sand. With the bloodline talent activated, the sand dunes began to swell and separate, as if an invisible abyss maw was devouring them from the depths of the earth, revealing bottomless pits. A series of eerie, trembling sounds rang out, and then crimson compound eyes, like flames from the depths of the earth, lit up around the bottomless pit. These are countless slumbering locusts, awakened by the Demon Lord outside. Faced with this terrifying scene, the Demon Lord remained calm, flapped his wings, and flew down. Because of the presence of their kind, these locusts, which had awakened and were densely crawling all over the surrounding sand and gravel, trembled and became restless, but did not attack the Demon Lord. Of course, the main reason was that the demon lord obtained an opportunity in the prison, and the bloodline of the earth spirit locust reverted to its ancestral form, transforming into the true earth locust. His rank was above these low-ranking locusts. Although the pit was bottomless, the demon lord's cultivation was already extraordinary, and he quickly reached the deepest part. Here, even more and more powerful locusts appeared, some even fourth or fifth-tier locust mothers, enormous in size and already possessing intelligence. Looking at the demon lord descending from above, their compound eyes revealed a look of doubt. They can sense that this is a kind of being stronger than themselves, but why have they never seen it before? As the demon lord looked at the mother of locusts, a few memories flashed through his mind, memories of the body he had possessed. Inside a sealed ice cave was a corpse that looked very similar to the mother of these locusts. The demon lord quickly suppressed these images and flew sideways towards an earthen yellow palace with an expressionless face. He could sense that the ancestor guided by his bloodline was in this palace. Amidst the buzzing and trembling of their wings, the two fifth-tier locust queens, perched at the palace entrance, stared at the approaching demon lord with bloodshot eyes, attempting to stop him. "You lowly creature, step back." However, the demon lord snorted coldly, and then revealed his true earthly essence. In an instant, all the locusts were powerless to resist, instinctively kneeling towards the demon lord according to the hierarchy of their bloodlines. The demon lord did not stop. After flying past the mother of locusts, he entered the palace. Not long after, the boundless sea of sand, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly began to tremble, like a yellow ocean of sand waves that engulfed all living things. Baiyuan City. Zhuo Ming, who was manipulating the heavenly canopy and earthly network array and calling upon the sixth-order spiritual energy of the profound sea, suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she looked up at her surroundings with a somewhat bewildered expression. Suddenly, a mournful cry from the earth echoed in her heart. As Zhuo Ming's gaze fell upon the eastern part of the plateau, some guesses began to form in her mind. She immediately took out her telescope and contacted Yan Yuanhao, who was in charge of the specific planning and action for afforestation and guarding the border of the desert. "Yan Yuanhao, what are your instructions, master?" "Zhuo Ming, is there any unusual activity over on the other side of the boundless desert?" Yan Yuanhao, reporting to the Venerable One, "I was just about to report to the sect that an unprecedented earthquake has occurred in the Sand Sea. It has not only affected the three newly established prefectures, but even Rainbow Prefecture felt the tremors." After listening, Zhuo Ming knew that her feeling was correct, and then asked about the specific cause of the earthquake. Yan Yuanhao was unaware of this, but he said he would personally lead his disciples to go deep into the desert to investigate the situation. "Zhuo Ming, things might not be simple. I remember the Water Virtue Mountain Master from the branch sect is still managing the Sand Sea, right? I'll be posting a fourth-tier quest at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to investigate Sand Sea earthquakes. Tell him about it. I think he'll be willing to investigate." In search of the longevity pill, almost every Tier 4 quest posted on the Spirit Treasure Pavilion is instantly snapped up by nascent soul cultivators who are eager to acquire it. As the top geomancer of the Five Elements sect, Zhuo Ming has the authority to issue fourth-tier missions. Unfortunately, Xuan had already ascended the suspended platform, and Zhuo Ming needed to manage the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to gather spiritual energy, so she couldn't leave. Otherwise, she planned to personally go to the boundless desert to see what could have caused this desolate land to experience such a once-in-a-millennium earthquake. Upon hearing Yan Yuanhao's reminder, the Lord of Shuide Mountain on the border of the desert did not hesitate at all. He immediately accepted the mission that Zhuo Ming had just issued and led several professional geomancers into the depths of the desert. This matter quickly reached Yin Qingmei's ears. After all, her Liujia Mountain is near the Sand Sea. Not counting the Water Virtue Mountain Master, who is a branch sect, she is theoretically the nascent soul cultivator of the Five Elements sect who guards this place. However, Yin Qingmei was not interested in these things. For the past few decades, apart from completing tasks to accumulate sect contributions, she had basically been in seclusion cultivating, striving to reach the nascent soul stage as quickly as possible. After all, although Chen Mobai said he would arrange resources for her to reach the nascent soul stage, it was only a verbal promise. What if my godfather ascends to heaven and my godmother denies this debt? With this in mind, Yin Qingmei planned to obtain her share of nascent soul resources before Chen Mobai ascended to immortality. So even though Zhu Ming issued a fourth-tier mission in his own territory without naming names, Yin Qingmei pretended not to know. Sitting under the jade parasol tree, she put down the heavenly instrument, closed her eyes, and continued to cultivate the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. She is only one step away from achieving the nascent soul stage. Within the eye of the Chuanhai Sea, Chen Mobai's consciousness has completely merged with the creative power left behind by the jellyfish. The Heavenly River Realm is a new world created by the disciples of Zixel Palace after learning from the lessons of a failed world, modeled after the Zixel universe. They did not waste that failed world. Instead, they transformed it into resources for the birth of the Heavenly River Realm. Even in a world of failure, the 3,000 great Taos have already evolved. In addition to the power of the great Tao from Tianhai and others, the Heavenly River Realm also absorbed the 3,000 great Taos from that failed world, and was carved out from nothingness at an extremely fast speed. After passing through the 5 primordial elements, it transformed into a world entirely composed of water. During the process of drawing upon the 3,000 great Taos of that failed world from the Heavenly River Realm, Tianhai, by chance, forged his first strand of creation power. At the very moment of creation, that world that was originally a failure suddenly became less of a failure. Under the influence of the power of creation, although the failed world still had many problems, it took a step into the innate river realm and gave birth to innate gods. However, these innate deities, limited by the failed world and the incomplete great Tao, have no physical bodies. They are merely pure spiritual beings like wandering ghosts. However, these spiritual beings born from the nurturing of the great Tao are still born with knowledge, naturally possessing the power of the great Tao, and are innately skilled in the void refinement. Among them, some of them possessed astonishing wisdom. They understood the truth of their world and discovered that their great Tao was constantly weakening and being seized by extraterrestrial demons. Therefore, in order to survive as innate beings, they wanted to break free of their cages and venture into the outer realms. One of them, the leader, broke free from the world of failure. But the moment it rushed out, it was crushed to death by Tianhai with a single finger. Chen Mobai suddenly realized. That's the demon mother. That failed world is the netherworld. No wonder, this place contains both the mortal world and the underworld. However, in the Purple Heaven universe there is no such thing. There is only the cycle of life and death. After death, there is simply death. Chen Mobai originally thought it was because the great Tao of life and death was incomplete here. But now, he realized that it was because the netherworld was the first world that Tianhai created, but failed to create. However, the success of the Heavenly River Realm was based on absorbing the 3,000 great Taos of the netherworld, and Tianhai even used this to achieve the 9th-order creation realm. However, after Tianhai crushed the Ghost Mother, a chain reaction occurred, which also shattered the innate great Tao of life and death in the Heavenly River Realm, causing Tianhai's progress in refining the power of creation to stop. Left with no other choice, Tianhai could only take some remedial measures. On the one hand, to have the heavenly venerable mend the great Tao of innate life and death, and on the other hand, to continue to improve and open up the Heavenly River Realm. In the process, in pursuit of efficiency, Tianhai and the people of Zixel Palace opened up a third new world. That is the celestial realm of spirit void. This celestial realm of spiritual emptiness is built upon the foundations of the celestial river realm and the netherworld realm. With the experience gained from the previous 2 attempts, the Lingkong immortal realm was also a great success. In the spirit realm, Tianhai uses the derived 3,000 great Taos to forge even more creative power. As time passed, Tianhai finally stabilized his 9th-order creation realm. But she discovered that if she continued like this, she would never be able to advance any further and reach the eternal realm beyond creation. Because the foundation of creation lies in the 3,000 great Taos. However, the 3,000 great Taos of the netherworld and the immortal realm are incomplete and weak compared to the complete universe of the purple cloud universe. If one wishes to attain eternal transcendence, then it is necessary to create a vast universe equal to the Zixel universe. After realizing this, Tianhai stopped refining the power of creation. After she emerged from seclusion, she shared her insights on creation and eternity with everyone in Zixel Palace. After some discussion, some people decided to follow Tianhai into the depths of chaos to open up a true universe, and helped Tianhai achieve the true realm of creation. However, some people felt that this was a favor to Tianhai, and after obtaining the secret of the power of creation, they planned to stay in the Zixil universe to cultivate on their own, open up chaos, and even melt the 3,000 great Taos of the Zixil universe. Before leaving, Tianhai did not completely abandon the world he had created, leaving behind his power of creation in the foundational places of the world, such as the Ci. After learning the source of this power of creation, Chen Mobai suddenly awoke from his immersion. Chapter 1401, The Origin of the Turtle Treasure. Chapter 1401, The Origin of the Turtle Treasure. After waking up, Chen Mobai pondered all the past events he had witnessed during his journey of learning the Tao from the immortal water spiritual root, which were formed by the power of creation, the Xuanhai Ci. The Netherworld, the Milky Way, the spiritual realm. The three realms are all created by jellyfish from chaos, using the gate of the void. These three worlds can be said to be one. It's just a transitional phase that's becoming more and more perfect. These three realms, when they were first born, were on the back of the Holy Mother Tortoise Spirit. Tianhai was clearly not only thinking about his own destiny, but also made arrangements for his good sister, recording all the processes related to the creation of the world, the emergence of the 3,000 great paths, and even the attainment of destiny on the tortoise shell. Therefore, the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit embodies creation. It was precisely because of this that, after Tianhai and other disciples of Zixil Palace left, the Holy Mother Guiling was able to become another, innate being in the Zixil universe who had attained enlightenment. Unfortunately, she failed. However, her tortoise shell contained all the creation of the heavens and the sea, and even after failing to attain the creation, it was still preserved in the midst of annihilation. This is the origin of the name Gibao. It was precisely for this reason that, when Chen Mobai saw the power of creation, the image of Gui Bao suddenly flashed through his mind. But why did it fall into his hands? It must be that we are destined to be together. After all, rare and precious materials should be reserved for those with virtue. As the Lord of Sainthood, no one is more virtuous than him. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai was extremely excited. If the turtle treasure truly contains the creation of the heavenly sea and the turtle spirit, then it can be considered the most powerful magic weapon in the purple cloud universe, and may even be the only ninth-order supreme treasure. As the current master of Gibao, he should at least achieve the status of Guiling Shengmu in the future, a half-step into the realm of creation. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai raised his hands. But soon his expression froze. Where is my baby turtle? Before he attained enlightenment, he held the tortoise treasure in his hands, but now it was empty with nothing left. This greatly alarmed Chen Mobai. He wondered if it was because he had come into contact with the power of creation left by senior sister Tianhai in the Xuanhai Ci, thus threatening the interests of powerful figures like Taixu Zhenwang, and therefore the turtle treasure was taken back as punishment. Just as Chen Mobai gritted his teeth and prepared to accept this, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with his body. Previously, when he consumed the immortal pill and achieved a sixth-order vacuum body, only the one above his head among the void spiritual runes within his body was lit up. But now, all the void spiritual runes throughout his entire body are shimmering and sparkling. This signifies that his vacuum dharma body has reached the sixth stage of great perfection. Moreover, these void runes were not merely illuminated, but rather completely reflected the great Tao of the void, signifying that Chen Mobai had mastered the complete great Tao of the void. Chen Mobai immediately thought of the last part of the book on the void body, the book of the Great Void Heavenly Book, which describes the seventh-order Great Void Tao body. Could now even say that he is the Taixu Tao body. As long as you take that step towards harmony with the Tao. Unfortunately, they cannot be together. Because it's taken, it requires the consent of the Taixu measuring ruler, a treasure for attaining enlightenment. Although the Taixu measuring ruler values Chen Mobai highly, this matter definitely requires the approval of the Taixu true king before it will relinquish this great path. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai sighed. He never expected that his path of saintly virtue was only at the beginning, while his path of the void was already at its peak. It seems that the innate void spirit body is still stronger than the innate saintly virtue body. But what exactly is going on? Is it because the immortal water spiritual root heard the Tao and came into contact with the ninth-order creation power left by Tianhai? Just as Chen Mobai was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the image of the tortoise treasure turning into sand and merging into his body flashed through his mind. He immediately had an idea. Soon, strands of silver sand began to emanate from his skin, and then, to his astonishment, they seemed to gather into a sea of stars, recombined to form the turtle treasure and fall into his palm. Just as the turtle left his body, the void spirit patterns that had been fully lit up dimmed one by one and returned to their original state. I see. Seeing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that the turtle baby has been activated. The dark lines on the tortoise-shaped treasure are the complete void Tao that was imprinted when the Holy Mother Tortoise Spirit bore the three realms. Chen Mobai's innate void spirit body originated from this. This time, when he heard the Tao of immortal water spiritual root, he came into contact with the creation power left by Tianhai, which unintentionally activated the turtle treasure, causing the complete void Tao it carried to completely reflect and merge with Chen Mobai's void spiritual patterns, raising his vacuum body to the great perfection realm. This also means that Turtle Baby has completely acknowledged him as its master. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai activated the Cantong Qi. The tortoise treasure, which had never worked before, obediently dissipated into a wisp of silver sand in his hand and merged back into his body. Then, to Chen Mobai's astonishment, all the void spirit patterns within his body were filled and lit up, easily achieving the complete form realm. Centuries of painstaking cultivation of saintly virtues were not as valuable as activating a single magical artifact, which made Chen Mobai somewhat uneasy. After all, in theory, such rapidly acquired power is based on a weak foundation. Once it encounters a sixth-tier perfected opponent who has built a solid foundation step by step, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand even one blow. But Chen Mobai was originally a representative of the realm-based school, and even if his foundation was weak, he still had magic treasures. Upon further reflection, I realized that without a sixth-order vacuum body and the power of creation from contact with the heavenly sea, this tortoise treasure would not have been activated. Therefore, the dominant factor is still one's own hard work and effort. After figuring it out, Chen Mobai immediately felt at ease. He didn't make the turtle appear again. It was fine for it to just merge into his body like that. Then Chen Mobai tried out the most basic teleportation function of the turtle treasure. Soon, he returned to the Earth star in the purple cloud universe. After refining the turtle treasure, Chen Mobai could use the teleportation and return to city functions with a thought. These are merely the most superficial aspects of Gui Bao's power. The void Tao, the foundation of the world, the 3,000 Taos which reside above the void, and the creation power, the most core of the 3,000 Taos, fused together into one. This is the information Chen Mobai obtained after consulting the turtle treasure. When he attains enlightenment, he can attempt to comprehend the 3,000 great Taos. Only by reaching the pure Yang realm can one glimpse the mysteries of creation and the birth of the world. And these are the sequels to the Mahayana heavenly book. This is also the blessing that Tianhai left for Guiling. After learning about it, Chen Mobai was moved by the deep sisterly bond between senior sister Tianhai and senior sister Guiling. First comes creation, then comes creation. Unfortunately, he died on the way. However, now that the tortoise treasure has fallen into his hands, Chen Mobai will definitely carry on senior sister Tianhai's wishes and achieve great things. Chen Mobai had never been so full of ambition. After all, when he was in Zixao Palace, he received the pure Yang scroll from the Zixao Taoist, and his highest cultivation level was only the 8th level of pure Yang. But now, they have obtained the supreme 9th-order creation inheritance of their Zixao lineage from the magic weapon, the turtle treasure. What does this mean? After senior sister Tianhai left, he became the rightful heir of Zixao. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt that he should go and see the true king of Taixu as soon as possible. After all, even though they knew the origins of the heavenly river realm and the turtle treasure, many questions still lingered in their minds. For example, will senior sister Tianhai and the others who left be able to come back? And why did the turtle treasure end up in his hands? Why didn't the true king of Taixu leave with senior sister Tianhai? Why did the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit stay behind in the first place? But soon, Chen Mobai wondered if the true king of Taixu was waiting for him to come into contact with the power of creation and activate the turtle treasure, a 9th-order supreme treasure, so that he could catch the oriole in the back. However, Chen Mobai dismissed this absurd idea with a laugh as soon as it appeared. After all, if the true king of Taeksu had designs on him, with his cultivation level, he could reach out and bring Chen Mobai back to his side even if Chen Mobai was at the ends of the earth. Moreover, Chen Mobai was the last direct disciple of the Purple Cloud Taoist. He didn't believe that the true king of the void would dare to lay a hand on his junior brother. Even if he had attained eternal transcendence, how could the true king of the void have the face to meet the Taoist venerable of the purple clouds? After thinking it through, Chen Mobai stood up and looked at the Xuanhai Sea eye in front of him. Now, with the blessing of the turtle treasure, he has reached the 6th level of perfection, so he confidently stepped into the realm with his true form. Following the path explored by his divine sense, Chen Mobai easily resisted the mixed forces of various great Tao powers within the sea eye, and the immense power surging from all directions, arriving at the deepest part. He saw with his own eyes the void barrier blocking his way. He reached out to touch it, only to find that even with his current cultivation level, he couldn't penetrate the barrier. This must be a 9th-order restriction personally set up by Tianhai. It probably requires a method she left behind to enter. I wonder if there are any records of this in the Tianhai Sea Mother Palace. Of course, if the core of the turtle treasure's creation power could be activated, Chen Mobai felt that it was also possible. After all, senior sister Tianhai would stop anyone, but she would never stop her good sister, the Holy Mother Guiling. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai's cultivation level was not high enough to fully activate the turtle treasure. After sighing, Chen Mobai recalled the methods he had used to enter the room twice. The immortal water and spiritual root heard the Tao. Could this be the key that senior sister Tianhai deliberately left behind? Chen Mobai then recalled that when King Nu immortal water spirit root heard the Tao, her consciousness was also taken into the eye of an endless abyss, where she witnessed the birth of all things and phenomena, and obtained the supernatural power of the myriad transformations and the union of the underworld. Judging from their example, this is indeed the case. But more examples are needed to prove this point. Chen Mobai thought of his disciple Luo Yixuan. Over the years, she had followed Qing Nu's primordial spirit in establishing branches of Dangxia Pavilion throughout the Heavenly River realm, which had been extremely arduous. He decided to expend some of his essence to use the immortal technique, mending the heavens, and refine her into an immortal water spiritual root as a reward. With this in mind, Chen Mobai did not linger in the sea eye. 6 months later, one of Qing Nu's primordial spirit incarnations personally brought Luo Yixuan back from the southern continent. Because it concerned the power of creation, Chen Mobai did not allow them to use the intercontinental teleportation array of the Taeksu Misty Palace. Greetings, Master. Luo Yixuan followed Qing Nu to the bottom of the Xuanhai Sea. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, whom she hadn't seen for decades, her eyes reddened, and she solemnly kowtowed in a grand ceremony. I have been in seclusion practicing the Void Realm for a long time, and have not been able to guide your cultivation. A few days ago, I studied the immortal books and jade slips left by the Celestial Venerable, and discovered a supreme immortal technique that can refine the innate spiritual root attributes that cultivators bring from their mother's womb, and can even reshape a flawless immortal spiritual root. Your master's wife said that you have worked the hardest outside all these years, so she wants you to come and enjoy the immortal art of mending the sky first. Chen Mobai's words moved Luo Yixuan even more. After getting up, she repeatedly thanked the avatar of King Nu, saying, "It's only right for this disciple to help my master's wife. It's no trouble at all." Over the past few hundred years, Qing Nu has subtly and quietly nurtured Chen Mobai's disciples, who have all genuinely accepted her, except for Luo Yixuan, who still harbors some reservations. But after this incident, Luo Yixuan realized that she had been too narrow-minded. King Nu knew that Chen Mobai was trying to build up her prestige. After all, once Chen Mobai comprehended the power of creation, he was eager to go to the spirit void immortal realm to pay homage to the true king of the void and find out all the answers. If he ascends to immortality, Qing Nu will definitely be in charge of the 5-element sect. Xuaner, this is what you deserve. King Nu smiled and helped Luo Yixuan up, then told her about the various taboos in the process of performing the immortal technique, mending the heavens. Although Qing Nu had never experienced this immortal technique before, she was very familiar with it as someone from an immortal sect. Knowing that Chen Mobai was about to use it, She was very curious and wanted to watch and witness it. Will this cause Master to consume too much of his vital essence, affecting his future ascension? Upon hearing that this immortal technique required such a high price from a nascent soul cultivator, Luo Yixuan couldn't help but show a worried expression, and even considered giving up. After all, she already possessed the heavenly water spiritual root. Even if she were to undergo further refinement through the heaven-mending technique to become the immortal water spiritual root, her understanding of the great Tao of water would only see a negligible improvement. If Chen Mobai fails to ascend because of this, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. To this, Chen Mobai smiled and said, "For a nascent soul cultivator, it is indeed a considerable price to pay, but I am a void refiner." Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan was overjoyed. Although rumors of Chen Mobai's progress to the void refinement stage were circulating throughout the world, hearing it from her own master's mouth filled her as a disciple with pride, and she couldn't help but puff out her chest. Disciple congratulates master. Seeing that Luo Yixuan was about to perform a grand salute again, Chen Mobai waved his hand, then pointed, and a white jade futon landed on the ground. "Sit down and close your eyes." Luo Yixuan nodded, recalling what King Nu had just said, and sat cross-legged. Chen Mobai's mind flashed through all the information about the immortal technique of mending the sky. He explained it to Qing Nu beside him while demonstrating it. As the colorful light flashed, 5-colored radiance flowed through Luo Yixuan's internal organs, beginning to cleanse her spiritual root. Chapter 1402 Netherworld. Chapter 1402 Netherworld. Luo Yixuan sat cross-legged on a white jade futon, her body enveloped in mist. As the colorful light of the immortal technique flowed, the color of her spiritual root gradually faded from its mortal state, and strands of crystal-clear spiritual energy flowed through her snow-white skin, eventually condensing into a perfect and flawless immortal water spiritual root. The moment the immortal spiritual root was refined, Luo Yixuan's consciousness suddenly sublimated, as if she had transformed into a drop of water and merged into rivers, lakes, and seas. Unlike Chen Mobai and Qing Nu, the water droplet formed from her consciousness seeped into an underground current as it flowed toward the sea, eventually merging into a bottomless abyss. Luo Yixuan's consciousness was drawn into the abyss by a cold and profound force, endlessly plummeting downwards. I don't know how much time passed, but it finally stopped. She found herself attached to a dark yellow river, with the wails of the dead and the sobs of the undead floating in her ears. This is the underworld. Luo Yixuan was shaken. She compared the netherworld scripture of the Tongyu demon sect in her mind and recognized the source of the river she was in. This is the mother river that flows in the netherworld, nurturing and nourishing all the dead. It is said that the ghost mother was born at the source of the mother river, and from the moment she was born, she controlled life and death, resonating with the great Tao. But why did she come here after hearing the Tao? Luo Yixuan recalled the experiences her master and mistress shared with her regarding the Tao of immortal water spiritual roots before she received the immortal techniques. But no matter whose they were, they didn't match her current situation at all. What should we do now? Just as Luo Yixuan was confused, the Yellow Springs Mother River, which her consciousness was attached to, was already carrying her towards the deepest part of the underworld. Both sides of the Yellow Springs were shrouded in black mist, with strangely shaped ghosts appearing and disappearing within it. Some crawled forward, some stood, and some were incredibly tall, draped in tattered black robes with scarlet eyes, watching the Yellow Springs from the shadows. When Luo Yixuan met those gazes, she immediately felt her consciousness turn cold. She understood that this was because the gap between her and these ghosts was too great. Fortunately, these powerful ghosts seemed to be very wary of Huang Quan and only dared to stand on the shore, not daring to take a step in. At this moment, Luo Yixuan was already thinking about how to leave. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu's experience showed that when one wants to leave, their consciousness naturally returns to their original body. Therefore, Luo Yixuan could only go with the flow and struggle to hold on. As the Yellow Springs flowed, Luo Yixuan's consciousness vaguely received ancient images of this mother river of the underworld. A powerful being from beyond the realm cleaved through the darkness, bestowing upon this boundless, gloomy world the first ray of light, illuminating all spirituality. After the union of yin and yang, the cycle of 6 realms of reincarnation and the cycle of birth and death are completed. There were also innate deities born from the netherworld who stirred up the entire Mother River, gathered the power of billions of ghosts and spirits from the entire realm, broke through the black mist that forever shrouded their heads, and stepped outside the netherworld. But the moment they touched the sunlight, they turned into ashes with roars and wails. During this process, Luo Yixuan's consciousness gradually began to fall asleep, seemingly about to be merged with the yellow springs and become part of the Mother River. Suddenly, a lotus flower, as warm and smooth as jade, appeared between Luo Yixuan's eyebrows. This is the natal magic weapon that Chen Mobai crafted for her, the fire jade heart lotus. Its effects are similar to the morning bell. It is not very useful in combat, but it can protect the mind and suppress inner demons. Upon realizing that Luo Yixuan's consciousness was beginning to sink, and she was no longer conscious, this natal magical artifact immediately activated on its own, protecting her consciousness from being assimilated by the yellow springs. After the fire jade heart lotus was activated, Chen Mobai, who was constantly watching Luo Yixuan's immortal water spiritual root Dao, also noticed something was wrong. He immediately reached out and pointed a finger at Luo Yixuan's brow, channeling his own sacred virtue Dao into her. The fire jade heart lotus, which had only just begun to bloom, suddenly unleashed its most powerful force after being blessed by the holy virtue and pure light, directly waking Luo Yixuan from her slumber and pulling her back to reality. The underworld. As the source of the Mother River, this place became the dwelling place of her eldest son, the Dark Dragon, after the death of the Ghost Mother. Apart from the Nether Dragon, the other sons of the Ghost Mother are scattered throughout the Yellow Springs River. Today, the Nether Dragon, whose body was mostly submerged in the Yellow Springs, raised its massive form and gazed intently at one of the distant tributaries flowing out of the Mother River. Soon after, a ghostly fairy drifted along another tributary, carrying a handsome young man holding a white bone umbrella. Upon seeing him, the Nether Dragon frowned slightly. "Big brother, I think I smelled Mom's scent just now." The handsome young man holding the umbrella was pale, but his eyes burned with passion as he spoke excitedly to the Nether Dragon. "It might be the reincarnation of my mother's remnant soul, who unintentionally resonated with the underworld and had her consciousness return for a moment. But she was immediately restricted by the rules of heaven and earth and returned to the mortal world." The Dark Dragon answered expressionlessly. He had just sensed an aura that resembled his mother's suddenly appearing somewhere downstream of the Mother River. As the current ruler of the Mother River, the Nether Dragon can wield the power of the underworld, which is why it saw that strange consciousness. Just as it was about to send the consciousness into the underworld by using the Yellow Springs technique, a jade lotus flower suddenly appeared and froze it. Then, a powerful being outside the underworld used supernatural powers to invoke the great laws of the three realms and remotely brought the consciousness out of the underworld. As expected, Mother is not dead yet. The day of reincarnation and rebirth will be the day Mother returns. After receiving the reply from the Nether Dragon, the boy with the umbrella became even more fervent. He then turned the fairy around and headed towards the tributary where he had sensed the presence. "What are you going to do?" Upon seeing this, Minglong spoke in a deep voice, questioning him. "I'm going to find my mother. People who have been tainted by the aura of the underworld are like those with beacon fires overhead in the mortal world. I'll identify them one by one, and I'm sure I'll find my mother." The handsome young man's words caused Minglong to snort coldly. Now that the three realms are about to merge, when the innate Tao of life and death is perfected, we can follow the rules of the Tao and step into the mortal world without restriction every year on the day the gates of hell open. If you leave the netherworld now and encounter a true immortal hidden in the mortal world, don't blame us brothers for not saving you if you perish. Compared to the various holy lands of the heavenly river realm, the 9 sons of the Ghost Mother, who are now innate deities of the netherworld, no more profound truths about the reorganization of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, how could it have sent the evil spirits of the underworld to the human world? Don't worry, brother. I will leave my true form in the Mother River. Even if I die in the mortal world, you will resurrect me, right? Hearing what Mingsen said, Minglong clicked his tongue. Depending on my mood, I might take this opportunity to devour your authority in the netherworld and make myself stronger. These words caused Ming San's expression to stiffen. I don't know whether I should go to the mortal world. Or should we wait a little longer? Waiting for a restructuring of the life or death situation. Xuanhai. Chen Mobai withdrew his fingers from Luo Yixuan's brow, and the latter suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she seemed to be having trouble breathing, bent over and placed her hands on the futon, breathing heavily. Xuaner, did you encounter some unexpected event when you were seeking the Tao? Seeing Luo Yixuan like this, Chen Mobai withdrew his hand and stretched it out again, placing it above her head. He then used his holy virtue light to envelop her, fully unleashing the power of the fire jade heart lotus magic artifact, cleansing Luo Yixuan's Danshan and her entire body from the inside out. Reporting to Master, I have heard the Tao and transformed into the Yellow Springs River, entering the underworld. Luo Yixuan did not hide anything, and told her in detail about the scenes and sights she saw after she discovered the immortal water spiritual root. After listening, Chen Mobai and Qingnu looked at each other in bewilderment. How come this is completely different from their experience? Could it be due to Luo Yixuan's constitution? Compared to them, who are normal people, Luo Yixuan was born into a symbiotic relationship with Granny Ming due to an accident when she was young, making her half human and half ghost. In that case, they certainly cannot be treated the same way. Could it be that Xuaner has two souls in one body? When the immortal water spiritual root heard the Tao, the heavenly Tao misunderstood her as the parasitic Granny Ming, which led to Xuaner being taken into the netherworld to hear the Tao. Qingnu was also an excellent physician, and she quickly came up with a possible reason based on the current situation. Holy Son. Upon hearing these words, without Chen Mobai's prompting, Granny Ming had already emerged from Luo Yixuan's shadow, her face filled with trepidation. When Xuaner heard the Tao, were you also involved? When Chen Mobai asked the question, Granny Ming shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she was staying obediently in Luo Yixuan's shadow as usual, and had not sensed Luo Yixuan's consciousness entering the netherworld. When answering, Granny Ming also raised her hand and swore an oath. This is a piece of sea soul agate. After you refine it and smell some of the soul incense made by the lady, you can achieve the nascent soul stage. From now on, you should not be with Xuaner. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mobai took out a piece of sea soul agate from his own Dharma realm and personally separated Granny Ming's soul from Luo Yixuan's shadow. Yes, thank you, Holy Son, and thank you for your hard work, Holy Maiden. Grandma Ming thanked her repeatedly and cooperated fully with the move. The netherworld scripture left behind by the Mingzun was arguably the strongest cultivation method for ghost cultivators in the Heavenly River realm. It recorded various secret techniques, including those for separating and nourishing the soul. With Chen Mobai's current void refinement realm, he could master it in an instant and easily merge Granny Ming into the sea soul agate. Xuaner, you should stay by my side and cultivate during this time. Before I ascend, I will see if I can raise your fire jade heart lotus to the 6th rank. After handing the sea soul agate to Qingnu, Chen Mobai then spoke to Luo Yixuan, who obediently bowed and said, Thank you, Master. The fire jade heart lotus was originally made from 1,000-year-old warm jade. After the 5 elements sect unified the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai had extra 10,000-year-old warm jade, so he used the Cantong Pact to upgrade it to the 4th grade superior level. For Luo Yixuan, a nascent soul cultivator, this was already a very high-grade natal magic weapon. After all, the nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly River realm might only have a low-grade 4th-order item at most. And she has a whole bunch. However, compared to Zhuo Ming, who is equipped with a full set of 5th-tier gear, Luo Yixuan's setup is still somewhat lacking. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai looked at his obedient 3rd disciple and felt a pang of guilt. It feels like the bowl of water wasn't held fairly. How is the Xuan you sword embryo that I forged for you back then? Chen Mobai asked. Besides the fire jade heart lotus and other miscellaneous 4th-order magic weapons, I also forged a sword embryo for Luo Yixuan using 5th-order Qunyu cold iron as the main material. After the latter refines it, it can continuously improve with her cultivation level and can be promoted to the 5th order at the highest. Reporting to Master, this disciple is dull-witted and has only barely reached the upper rank of the 4th level. Luo Yixuan answered somewhat shyly. Let's refine them together and see if we can also advance to the 6th rank. Chen Mobai's words made Luo Yixuan smile involuntarily, and she immediately summoned the sword embryo and presented it with both hands. After inspecting the fire jade heart lotus and the mysterious nether sword embryo, Chen Mobai began to think about how to upgrade these 2 magical artifacts to the 6th rank. Even with his current void refining realm, a sixth-order magic weapon is not something he can easily forge. Of the 13 heavenly sea swords of the immortal sect, only one, with such excellent initial quality, was successfully forged into a sixth-order sword. Although it is certain that it can be accomplished as long as one is willing to spend the time, Chen Mobai is busy with his ascension, and certainly cannot stay in the Heavenly River realm for decades more for the sake of his disciples' 2 magical artifacts. Therefore, it's best to have a reliable shortcut. Chen Mobai listed all the resources he possessed, and finally discovered a 6th-tier Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade in a corner of the Dharma realm. I originally planned to sell it through Zixale Universe, but I haven't been able to find a good buyer. Over time, I forgot about it. It can only be said that life is better now, and people no longer value 6th-tier magic artifacts. After examining the Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade, Chen Mobai realized that with his virtuous achievements, he could use this great path to refine and purify the demonic blade, transforming it into a righteous blade. This is also Kainkyu by Malin's method for dealing with demonic artifacts. Although Chen Mobai did not have specific methods in this regard, he was strong enough to fly bricks and bring them directly to Zixale Palace, where he used the innate treasure to refine the Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade. He then used the refined and purified Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade as provisions, feeding it to the profound Nether Sword embryo with the Cantong Pact. In that case, it's definitely a sure thing to reach level 6. In the entire Tian realm, he is probably the only one who can do this. After reconsidering the entire process, Chen Mobai left his second primordial spirit behind to look after Luo Yixuan, while his true body took the materials and returned to the Purple Cloud universe. As he expected, even though the Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade was a top-tier 6th-order demonic weapon and had a powerful demonic master behind it, under the holy virtue and pure light of the Purple Cloud Palace, it trembled and wailed, emitting wisps of scarlet blood light and icy demonic energy. In the end, all the demonic thoughts were purified, and it turned into a transparent blade as clear as ice. Chen Mobai placed the Xunyu sword embryo on it to promote the Cantong Qi. As for the Fire Jade Heart Lotus, Chen Mobai also took it out and let the holy virtue pure light continuously nurture it, while simultaneously elevating it with 100,000-year-old warm jade. Chapter 1403, Daughter of the Red River. Chapter 1403, Daughter of the Red River. Zixale Palace. Chen Mobai sat cross-legged in front of the hall, his body radiating holy light like a tide, enveloping the Xuanyu sword embryo suspended in midair. The sword embryo hummed and trembled, and wisps of icy blue Dao patterns appeared on its surface. After combining with the holy light, they covered the purified and transparent Heavenly Calamity Frost Blade next to it. As time passed, the blade gradually disappeared, eventually transforming into a wisp of icy blue light that completely merged into the sword's core. After completing the promotion, the sword embryo began to tremble continuously, its aura rising steadily, and it was about to break through the shackles and advance to the 6th rank. Chen Mobai immediately pointed and suppressed it with the holy virtue light, then activated the turtle treasure and teleported to the Heavenly River realm. Xuaner, activate the water element fruit and refine it. After Chen Mobai returned, he presented the Xuanyu sword embryo to Luo Yixuan and began to offer his guidance. Yes, master. Luo Yixuan nodded and immediately took out the water element Dao fruit that Qing Nu had passed down to her. Following the incantation of the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, she transformed it into a dark blue immortal light that enveloped the sword embryo. Seeing this, Chen Mobai used his divine sense to slowly withdraw the holy virtue light that was binding the Xuanyu sword embryo. During this process, the Xuanyu sword embryo's energy surged continuously, but under Chen Mobai's precise control, it only broke through the limit after fusing with the water path fruit. After advancing to the 6th rank, the Xuanyu sword embryo's spirituality increased greatly, and it couldn't help but unleash a deafening sword cry at the bottom of the sea, causing the seawater within a radius of thousands of miles to churn. It's a bit too unconventional. Chen Mobai frowned slightly upon seeing this. After all, this was the center of the Xuanhai spiritual pivot, and it contained many precious underwater spiritual herbs. If this sword embryo acted recklessly and caused waves, it would definitely cause considerable trouble, and might even bring disaster to the mortals on the shore. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai began to understand the existence of the void refining realm, and the reason for ascending to immortality. A sixth-tier magic weapon can unleash the power of a sixth-tier void refinement cultivator, but even the weakest strike would be a catastrophe for ordinary mortals. In comparison, the destructive power of a nascent soul cultivator is at least not enough to destroy the world. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai activated his divine sense, and the Hunyuan bell descended from the Dharma realm, instantly suppressing the Chuanyu sword embryo, rendering this newly born sixth-order sword unable to move, and at the same time calming the tsunami waves it had caused. Please forgive me, Master. I failed to control the sword embryo. Luo Yixuan immediately bowed and apologized. The spirit of this sword embryo was nurtured and developed by her bit by bit. Even after reaching the 6th rank, it still recognized her as its master, but its temperament was indeed not stable enough. After all, this sword is still young. You should teach it a lesson from now on. Chen Mobai understood Xuan Yu sword embryo's feelings. After all, when he first started practicing the Void Realm, he couldn't help but want to show off and almost got taken away by the Ascension light. Thank you, Master. Luo Yixuan nodded, raised her hands, touched the newly renovated Chuanyu sword embryo, and reconnected with the sword spirit after the 6th rank. After being taught a lesson by the Hunyuan bell, the Chuanyu sword embryo understood its own limitations and instantly achieved a spiritual connection with Luo Yixuan, obediently accepting the latter's influx of true energy. Originally, nascent soul cultivators couldn't activate 6th-tier magic weapons, but because she had integrated the water element Dao Fruit, Luo Yixuan could control the Dao Fruit through the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, and then use the Dao Fruit to control the sword embryo. This was also the refining incantation Chen Mobai had devised when he upgraded the sword. After Luo Yixuan finished refining it, Chen Mobai took back the primordial chaos bell. At this point, the sword embryo has been fully grown. From now on, let's name it the Xuanyu sword. Upon hearing this, the Xuanyu sword trembled slightly, sensing that the suppression of the primordial Tao had disappeared. A sword spirit with long black hair covering her face appeared on the blade. She turned her head and bowed to Chen Mobai. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, Venerable One. After expressing her gratitude, the Xuanyu sword trembled slightly and landed in Luo Yixuan's palm. After reaching the 6th rank, this sword became a deep blue, like black ice, with its chill contained within. However, the spine of the sword contained a wisp of holy light, which neutralized the sword's coldness. Luo Yixuan refined it into her body and felt that it was very compatible with her. The fire jade heart lotus is still being nurtured and may take some time to reach the 6th rank. Chen Mobai then mentioned Luo Yixuan's other magical artifact, to which the latter repeatedly expressed that she was already very satisfied with advancing to the 5th rank and dared not delay her master's time. It's all right. Before I ascend to immortality, I still need to take care of some things. I'll just rest for now. Chen Mobai waved his hand, indicating that there was still some time. Bathed in the holy light of the Purple Cloud Palace, the fire jade heart lotus would eventually advance to the 6th rank. This time, Luo Yixuan's immortal water spiritual root heard the Tao, but she entered the netherworld, proving that this method cannot guarantee entry into the Xuanhai Ci and contact with the power of creation. However, this could also be because Luo Yixuan's constitution is not human. Therefore, it would be best to find someone else to verify it. However, among his disciples, only Luo Yixuan practiced water attribute techniques, so Chen Mobai asked Qingnu if she had any recommendations. Our sect has a true disciple with a heavenly water spiritual root named Sun Hongxiang. She's quite clever, and if she can form a nascent soul, I plan to take her under my wing. If you use the heaven mending technique on her, the damage will be less. Qingnu actually had a recommendation. Chen Mobai nodded, moved to Beiyuan City, and asked Yi Yun to bring Sun Hongxiang's information. Reporting to the ancestor, this Sun Hongxiang is from Yeaguang Immortal City, and her father is Hong, the current head of the Sun family. While Chen Mobai was reviewing the case file, Yi Yun couldn't help but offer a reminder. Others might not know Hong's identity, but as the leader of the 5 Elements sect, how could he not know? Oh, or is she someone I know? Chen Mobai was also somewhat surprised after hearing this. But what surprised him even more was that Hong had now become the head of the Sun family, while he was an outsider. Whereas son Huanglong, he passed away peacefully 30 years ago. Since none of his children were capable, he appointed his brother-in-law, Hong, as the acting head of the family before his death, and they have remained so ever since. However, it's also possible that Hong secretly used some underhanded methods. Yun was very familiar with the situation of the major families within the Five Elements sect. As soon as Chen Mobai asked, he immediately told him all the key details. Another old friend has passed away. Alas, it's a pity I was in seclusion at that time. Chen Mobai was deeply saddened upon hearing of Sun Huanglong's death. Although I've gotten used to people I know dying, I still feel a sense of loneliness every time I hear about someone I know being buried. The head of the Sun Huanglong family was an important guest elder in the outer sect of my Five Elements sect. So when he passed away, Uncle Master Zhou Shenking personally went to pay his respects and offered incense on your behalf, ancestor. Chen Mobai nodded slightly. At the same time, he had already finished reading all the files on Sun Hongxiang and the Sun family. Because Du Menjian was entangled in the demonic power, the Sun Huangling she possessed died. Therefore, Sun Hongxiang was not born to Hong and Sun Huangling, but was the daughter of Hong's second wife. The reason for naming her son Hongxiang is said to be that Hong commemorated his deceased wife, Sun Huangling. At the same time, since Hong was going to become the acting head of the Sun family, having a daughter with the surname Sun was also to keep the other members of the Sun family in check. But in reality, this second wife was still Du Menjian. All of this could not be hidden from Chen Mobai, who had planted the primordial demonic talisman. However, Chen Mobai had no interest in any of these things. After all, in his eyes now, both Hong and Du Menjian are like straws by the roadside. But since she was the daughter of two demonic cultivators, she wouldn't pass the political vetting. Chen Mobai picked up the heavenly telescope and called Qing Nu, explaining the situation. I can't believe this happened, but no one can choose their birth. Just because the parents are demonic cultivators doesn't mean their daughter will be one too. I think we should give her a chance. King Nu didn't seem to care much about these things after hearing them. After all, she had faced a lot of discrimination from the immortal sects because she was an experimental subject, so she didn't want the same thing to happen to Sun Hongxiang. On the contrary, they wanted to guide Sun Hongxiang, the daughter of a demonic cultivator, toward a bright future. Since Madam says so, I certainly have no objection. However, it's not appropriate to give her the opportunity to mend the heavens with immortal magic. Chen Mobai has always respected Qing Nu, but he also has his own bottom line. This is simple. I still have a lot of heavenly spirit water in stock. After she became a true disciple, she applied for this resource to improve her water spirit root. I will give her more. With her heavenly water spirit root foundation, she will soon be able to reach the immortal spirit root. This is something she earned through her own efforts, so it doesn't count as you undermining the sect's fairness. King Nu shared her thoughts, and Chen Mobai, after considering them, nodded in agreement. But he still told Yun to pay more attention to this matter. Yes, ancestor, there is one more thing, the boundless desert. Yun nodded, and then mentioned that the Water to Mountain Master had accepted Zhuo Ming's investigation mission and led a group of geomancer disciples into the boundless desert. But there was still no news of their return. Can't we make contact with the telescope? Deep in the boundless sea of sand, there are no signal towers on the ground yet. Junior Sister Zhu sent a satellite from the sky. Although the information was sent to the Water Virtue Mountain Master's telescope, there has been no response. After hearing Yun's words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly and asked again, where is the soul lamp of the Water Virtue? When Elder Shui separated from the Yi Yuan Dao Palace, he took it with him, and it is not within the Five Elements sect. However, if the ancestor wants to know, I can ask junior brother Chen Lingaming from the Dongling region to go to the Shui branch to take a look. Chen Mobai shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. I've just arrived, so I'll go to the boundless desert. This place will have to be dealt with sooner or later. As the chief architect of the Desertification Control Project, Chen Mobai receives a large share of the profits every year. Although Zhuo Ming is in charge, the actual work is done by people from the Five Elements sect, such as Shuida. Now that you've received the merit, it's necessary to do this matter well. Moreover, after reaching the Void Realm, even if there is not a trace of spiritual energy in the deepest part of the boundless desert, he can refine the void into spiritual energy, so there is no need to worry. Before heading to the boundless desert, Chen Mobai went to visit his disciple, Zhuo Ming. She now spends all her time on the summit of Beiyuan Mountain, managing the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to provide a stable supply of sixth-order spiritual energy to the suspended Tao platform, and is unable to leave. The boundless sand sea was originally a difficult task that my master and I thought would take thousands of years and generations of disciples to complete. Now it seems that my master and I can completely solve it in just 2 generations. Chen Mobai smiled and said to Zhu Ming, who also recalled the difficulties and hardships of the initial desertification control efforts, and her round face showed reminiscence. Master, I sensed the vast land beyond the boundless desert groaning, and then I heard that an earthquake had occurred there. Since I couldn't leave, I asked the Water Virtue Mountain Lord to help me investigate. Zhu Ming explained what she knew, and Chen Mobai nodded slightly before borrowing her natal magic weapon. The Myriad Blessings Cauldron is a supreme treasure of the earth element. If you encounter an ancient, hidden, and slumbering true spirit beast in the boundless desert, it will definitely be an earth element true spirit. I will take it into the cauldron and see if I can help you upgrade it to the 6th rank. After Chen, Mobai forged the 6th order Qunyu sword for Luo Yixuan. He would certainly give his hardworking and precious disciple the same treatment. Otherwise, I feel uneasy. Thank you, Master. Zhu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately expressed her gratitude. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'll be right back. Chen Mobai held the feud cauldron in his palm and, while simultaneously engaging in the same activity as the Cantong Qi, transformed into a streak of silver light and vanished from the spot. Just after he left, a vortex suddenly appeared on the suspended platform, swallowing up the rich and pure 6th-order spiritual energy from all around, like a whale swallowing its prey. Seeing this, Zhu Ming's expression turned slightly serious. He formed hand seals and used the heavenly curtain earthly network array to stably and continuously supply 6th-order spiritual energy, ensuring that whatever amount of spiritual energy Xuan refined on the suspended platform would be replenished by the same amount of spiritual energy. A series of streaks of light flashed, and the nascent soul cultivators in Beiyuan City naturally noticed Xuan's signs of transforming into a divine realm cultivator, so they all flew up to observe. The first one, of course, is Qi Jiansu. She lived in a cave halfway up the mountain. The Daedezong family was large and powerful, and they could afford to buy the most expensive cave in Beiyuan City. Nephew Zhu, how is my senior brother? As soon as Qi Jiansu arrived, he immediately began to ask her questions. According to the sect's records, this is a sign of the nascent soul's transformation and advancement to the primordial spirit. If this hurdle can be overcome, then the heavenly tribulation will descend, and after overcoming it, one will be considered a true monarch of the nascent soul stage. Zhu Ming's answer relieved Qi Jiansu. Having just teleported to the edge of the boundless desert and the 5-element sect's territory, Chen Mobai naturally sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy above Beiyuan City. With a thought, he saw the situation on the suspended platform and nodded slightly. Xuan is about to become a god. As expected, he was right to have chosen her. After putting this trivial matter aside, Chen Mobai's divine sense began to expand endlessly, covering the boundless sea of sand inch by inch. What seemed like an immense and vast desert to him when he was in the nascent soul, or even the divine transformation stage now, appears to him as clearly as the palm of his hand, allowing him to see every part of it clearly. He quickly noticed the discord. Surprised, Chen Mobai took a step forward. The next instant, he had landed in the very center of the boundless sea of sand. Although the place was extremely calm, like a yellow desert lake, he sensed an unusually powerful earth element true energy deep within the earth.